Chamblee police says surveillance cameras captured the suspect arguing with the victim before the shooting. It is believed the shooter then fled on foot to the nearby MARTA station and took a southbound train towards Atlanta. He is a black male wearing a black hoodie, black shorts, and possibly a blue ball cap. If you see this man, call 911. Graham Carroll, 95.5 WSB.
All right, we do have a picture of the suspect at WSBRadio.com. Let's talk about your weather. We are bracing for the potential for more severe storms today.
Strong and severe storms possible as we head through the afternoon. These storms are going to bring with it the risk for damaging winds, hail in spots. Watch for standing water on the roads and very low visibility, and an isolated tornado is possible. Will dry out and clear out late afternoon into the evening. In the WSB Storm Center, I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz.
All right, be sure and stay with us. Check back for updates. We will have Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast at 12:05. A Decula man is killed saving his granddaughters from a falling tree branch. 78-year-old Manuel Penzon and the 8-year-old girls were looking at a baby deer along Ewing Chapel Road when they heard a loud snap. He pushed the girls out of the way before being hit by that 20-foot limb that fell about 80 feet. He died at the hospital hours later. In Kentucky, one person is killed in a tornado there in central Kentucky this morning. It happened in Washington County, about 65 miles southeast of Louisville. The county sheriff's department confirming that death on social media. They also said there were several people injured and severe damage throughout the area there in Kentucky. An explosive situation in Douglas County is safely resolved this noon after the evacuations of dozens of residents this morning.
A tanker truck carrying highly explosive ammonium nitrate was driving down Wilson Road on the south end of the county when it tipped over into a ditch. Douglas County Fire Chief Miles Allen says this was an extremely dangerous situation.
Once we realized the material that was on the vehicle, we immediately isolated, denied entry. We evacuated upwards of 40 to 50 homes.
There was no leak, but they had to remove the blasting caps, which are used to cause an explosion. The scene's been cleared and residents are allowed back home. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
News since Atlanta's Morning News. Several metro Atlanta counties and cities are named in a new Department of Homeland Security list of so-called sanctuary cities. The announcement from the federal agency names DeKalb, Douglas, and Fulton counties along with the city of Atlanta. Now, the agency claims that the jurisdictions are protecting undocumented migrants. Each will be receiving a formal notification urging them to comply with federal policies. WSB News has reached out to the governments listed for a response. We'll bring you what they say as soon as we get it. We have just heard from Todd Crisley for the first time after he's been freed from prison.
I want to thank first and foremost my Lord and Savior because that's who got me through it. I want to thank President Trump. I want to thank the administration. I want to thank Alice Johnson. I want to thank every person that has prayed for us.
Now, that's Todd and Julie Crisley. They were released from federal prison following their conviction on bank fraud and tax evasion charges here in Atlanta. President Trump pardoned the former reality TV couple this week. A newly released government report today finds a link between nursing pillows and sudden unexpected infant deaths. Here in Georgia alone, 84 infant deaths are linked to these popular nursing pillows. Dr. Bridget Hamilton at Emory telling me.
The issue here is that people have been using them to in the sleep spaces of babies. So using them for infant lounging or propping the baby up in bed while sleeping in the bed with the baby.
And she says parents are being urged to only use those pillows for breastfeeding, but not to use them for other things like sleeping or propping up a baby. Atlanta fans can pay tribute this weekend to one of the city's most popular sports figures.
Dikembe Mutombo's number 55 hangs from the rafters at State Farm Arena, and his presence can still be felt through his memorial fund, which raises money for local entities, including the Shepherd Center. Now, 8 months after his death from brain cancer, a free memorial service at Georgia Tech's McCamish Pavilion will honor the Hawks great and Basketball Hall of Famer. It'll be Saturday morning at 10:30 and will include speeches and musical acts. His widow says she wants as many people to show up as possible to pay their respects. Judd Hickenbotham, 95.5 WSB.
All right, let's check your money here at noon. The Dow currently down 67 at 42,148. NASDAQ also down more than 0.5%. And the S&P's down almost 0.5% here on your lunch hour. Time now for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Alex Williams has a look at the roads.
Travel advisory in DeKalb County, leaving Lithonia over to that east side perimeter. Stalled big rig impacting is in the right lane and impacting that center lane as well. 20 westbound Wesley Chapel. Think about Covington Highway as an alternate. Eastbound seeing a few brake lights through the same area due to that right lane construction. And just picked up a new stall. Looks to be in the second right lane in Gwinnett County heading towards Spaghetti Junction. This is 85 southbound just below Jimmy Carter Boulevard, exit 99. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
It's time now for Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast, sponsored here at noon by Shoemate, the official air conditioning of Atlanta.
Thunderstorms will continue to push to the east. We'll have clearing and drying late today and tonight, headed towards a low of 59. A little cool Saturday morning, then mostly sunny, breezy. High tomorrow, 80. On Sunday, low 61, high 82, and partly cloudy. Some isolated showers and storms possible late. Sunday's rain chance 30%. And my 5-day forecast for Monday and Tuesday. Sunny on Monday, low 63, high 85. And we'll keep the sunshine Tuesday, low 65, high 87. Recapping the forecast for today, thunderstorms move out and will dry out late today, high 77. I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz, 95.5 WSB.
And right now in Midtown Atlanta, 73 degrees with cloudy skies. More news at 12:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
Okay, friends, it's the 5K a day bonus blitz. Your noon keyword is silver. Silver, S-I-L-V-E-R, silver. Enter the keyword silver into the WSB Radio app or at WSBradio.com/cash. You have until 12:30 p.m. to enter the keyword and win $1,000. The keyword is silver, S-I-L-V-E-R, silver. Good luck.
Hello, America. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here this fine Friday. It's an open line Friday, 877-973-7425. If you want to be on the program, we've got breaking news out of the gate that we've got to get to. Big story, big win. The United States Supreme Court has told Donald Trump, Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, she has the right to revoke Biden-era permissions for non-citizens from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, and their temporary stays in the United States of America. The Supreme Court, including Elena Kagan of the left on the Supreme Court, siding with Kristi Noem and the Department of Homeland Security. The application for stay presented to Justice Jackson and by her referred to the court is granted. The April 15, 2025 order entered by the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts is stayed pending the disposition of the appeal to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the First Circuit and disposition of a petition for writ of certiorari. If such a writ is timely sought, such should cert be denied, this stay shall terminate automatically. Now, that's gobbledygook legal language for the fact that the Supreme Court says Donald Trump can begin the deportation process on 500,000 migrants who were part of a Biden-era parole program. The Biden-era parole program allowed them to stay for a time. And what the Supreme Court is making very clear here is that the Trump administration has the authority in the executive branch to do deportations. Now, this goes as well to the impact of the Harvard case, where the judge is saying the president can't actually restrict foreign students to Harvard, and pretty much acknowledge that actually he can, but I'm not going to let him. This isn't going to go well. This is the same, by the way, district court for the District of Massachusetts, same judge. Now, Justices Jackson and Sotomayor, they filed a dissent. And what's notable is that the Justice Jackson dissent essentially says, yes, the president has this power, but he shouldn't have this power. These people have been here so long. As a matter of equity. Even Elena Kagan, that was a bridge too far for Elena Kagan. Elena Kagan recognizes the president has the power for deportations. The president has the power to engage in this regard, and the president of the United States has gotten a big win. Now, the question becomes, what about DACA? Remember, the DACA was the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program that was organized by Barack Obama, and Donald Trump tried to get rid of it, and the Supreme Court said no, except they didn't really say no. One of the things that I have long advised members of the Trump administration and his supporters is if you slow things down and dot the I's and cross the T's, you can get a lot accomplished. Let's go back to the very beginning of the Trump administration. The Donald Trump administration first term banned Muslim immigrants. It went to the Supreme Court, and John Roberts wrote the decision and said, you know what? You can do what you want to do. You just can't do it the way you did it. You can do what you want to do. Essentially, there's a procedure you have to follow. And if you follow the procedure, you as president can do it. And if you don't follow the procedure, you can't do it. And you didn't follow the procedure, so you can't do it. So what did the Trump administration do? They went back. They followed Roberts' decision. They followed the proper procedure. It went back to the U.S. Supreme Court. And guess what happened? John Roberts said, you get the right to do it. John Roberts said they could do it. And they did it. They upheld it. It worked. Then there was the case of the citizenship question in the census. They wanted at the spur of the moment towards the end. The census had been finalized, and the Trump administration said, wait, we want to ask a question about citizenship in the census. They stuck it in. It went to the Supreme Court. John Roberts again said, yes, you're allowed to do this, but there's a procedure you're required to follow, and you didn't follow the procedure. Go follow the procedure, and you can do it. By then, they'd run out the clock. They didn't follow the procedure. They rushed it. It fell away. But Roberts both times said, if you follow the procedure outlined by law to do what you want to do, you've got the power to do it. For everybody who bashes Amy Coney Barrett as a progressive now, even though she gave you what you wanted on Roe v. Wade, she gave you what you wanted on the immunity decision, she gave you what you wanted time and time again, but when she doesn't give you what you want, she's a lib, she's a progressive hack, she's terrible. Amy Coney Barrett is a proceduralist. You read Amy Coney Barrett's decisions every single time, just about. Almost every time she has ruled against the Trump administration. If you read it, what does she say? They didn't follow the procedure. If they followed the procedure, if they slowed down and dotted the I's and crossed the T's, she would have sided with them. This now raises the question of DACA, Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals. For everybody, and I see this happening online, if this court is so conservative, why didn't they side with DACA? Why isn't DACA gone? Why can't we get rid of DACA? You can get rid of DACA. I would like to read for you the Supreme Court decision. It was a 5-4 decision. Ruth Bader Ginsburg was still alive. John Roberts sided with Elena Kagan, Sonia Sotomayor, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, John Roberts, and who was the fourth one? Or the fifth one in the case. It was a 5-4 decision. John Roberts writing for the majority. Yeah, Breyer was still there. Breyer's the one I'm forgetting. So it was Breyer, Kagan, Ginsburg, Sotomayor, and John Roberts. And John Roberts wrote the decision. And guess what John Roberts said? I quote from the decision. I'm reading from the actual majority opinion for the Supreme Court. The dispute before the court is not whether the Department of Homeland Security may rescind DACA. All parties agree that it may. The dispute is instead primarily about the procedure the agency followed in doing so. The APA, which is a procedural act, sets forth the procedures by which federal agencies are accountable to the public and their actions subject to review of the courts. It requires agencies to engage in reasoned decision-making and directs that agency actions be set aside if they are arbitrary or capricious. Under this narrow standard of review, a court is not to substitute its judgment for that of the agency, but instead to assess only whether the decision was based on a consideration of the relevant factors and whether there has been a clear error in judgment. And you know what John Roberts found in this? Roberts said there was no consideration. That was the problem. The Attorney General of the United States said in light of a circuit court decision questioning DACA that they could get rid of the program. So the Department of the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security got rid of DACA. There was no hearing, there was no review, there was no procedural review, there was no contemplation. One cabinet secretary tells another cabinet secretary, you're good to go. They implemented it immediately and immediately started. And the court's decision is, whoa. We don't dispute at all that you can get rid of DACA. But you've got to have a review process to get rid of DACA. We can't insert our judgment as to whether or not you did the review process in the way we would like. That's not our role here. Our role is to say, did you do the review process? And you didn't. They literally got rid of it overnight. This gets to the case at Harvard. Kristi Noem decided to ban Harvard from accepting foreign students. The judge in Massachusetts, citing this decision, said, you can't just do that. You've got to give Harvard time, and you've got to review it. You just can't snap your finger. Now, you can say, Erickson, but by God, they were duly elected by the American people. They should be allowed. That's not the way the United States works, folks. Never has been the way the United States works. Look at what Barack Obama did with DACA. They had a series of hearings. They were very public about where they were going to go. They went through the kabuki dance of pretending they were hearing all sides, and then they implemented the regulation. All you got to do, the entirety of American administrative procedural law is do the kabuki dance. It is a foreordained outcome of what you want to have happen, but you must go through the motions of showing people you care. That is how American Republican democracy works at the bureaucratic level. You must go through the motions of showing people you care before you do exactly what you want to do. And that is what John Roberts said about the DACA case. So for all of you Trump supporters who are saying, I mean, the court sided with Obama and left DACA. Why is DACA there? Because in John Roberts' words, and I quote, the dispute before the court is not whether Department of Homeland Security may rescind DACA. All parties agree that it may. The dispute is instead about the procedure the agency followed. Follow the procedure. You can do what you want. In this case, the breaking news case today, what has the Supreme Court found? They followed the proper procedure. What the court is saying is that if Joe Biden followed a procedure and implemented something, you cannot bind a future president by the acts of a prior president. You can't do it. If one president issues an executive order, the next president can rescind it. If one president grants immigration parole, the next president can walk it back. All you have to do is give the proper notice under the procedural rules. That's all you have to do. And Donald Trump did that in this case. 500,000 people can now be deported expeditiously from the country, even as the hearing is going on. Why? Because the Supreme Court is pretty much signaling, we know the president has the power to do this. Our entire job was to make sure he checked the right procedural box. They checked the right procedural box, so away they go. 500,000 people get deported. Stop pretending that you're the victim of an out-of-control imperial court system. You're not. They just handed Donald Trump a big win. And every time the conservative majority of the court, including Amy Coney Barrett, has stopped Donald Trump, was to say, you got to slow it down. You got to slow it down. Check the right boxes, follow the right procedure, and you can do whatever you want to do. Donald Trump is out attacking Leonard Leo in the Federalist Society now. The Federalist Society, in fact, Stephen Miller was on CNN a short time ago saying they don't use Federalist Society recommendations for judges anymore. They're fools for not doing that. Amy Coney Barrett, Jen Roberts, Clarence Thomas, Sam Alito, Brett Kavanaugh, Neil Gorsuch. Y'all love them all. You love Jim Ho at the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. These are all Federalist Society guys. You know why he's mad? He's mad because Tim Reif, who is the U.S. Trade Court judge that he appointed, he's blasting the Federalist Society, except Reif was not a Federalist Society judge. In fact, Reif was a Democrat. Did y'all know this? The Court of Trade judge that Trump put there was the chief of staff to the Democrats on the Ways and Means Committee, and it was Federalist Society members who advised him not to put the guy on the court. And Trump did not listen to the Federalist Society. He put the guy on the court, and guess what? That guy ruled against Trump on trade yesterday. He wasn't a Federalist Society judge. He wasn't a Federalist Society member. He was the ranking staffer for the Democrats. You're really going to attack Leonard Leo? Let me tell you what Leonard Leo did. Leonard Leo and the Federalist Society gave you a 6-3 conservative majority on the Supreme Court, where Amy Coney Barrett and John Roberts gave you the immunity you needed to cancel the prosecutions against you. Amy Coney Barrett and John Roberts gave you the power to deport 500,000 illegal immigrants. And John Roberts, if you bothered reading the DACA decision, gave you the power to get rid of DACA if you just followed the procedure. You people are not victims. You're just not following the procedures. You're rushing into things. You've got to slow it down, and you're going to be able to get so much of what you want if you just slow it down. The Supreme Court said, again, I read from you, John Roberts saying, it's not about whether you can or cannot get rid of DACA. Everyone agrees you can. You just got to follow the procedure. So, Mr. President, why aren't you getting rid of DACA now? That's your next big thing. That's what you promised. Get rid of DACA. The Supreme Court said you can. And today, in a 7-2 decision, the Supreme Court said you can deport 500,000 people expeditiously because you as president are allowed to undo the rulings of the Biden administration. That very court, made up of Federalist Society members you're now attacking, just gave you one of the biggest wins of your administration so far. Maybe rethink whether or not they're there to stymie you. Instead, follow the procedure and get your way.
Have something to say? Hello. Call the show. 1-877-97-ERIC. That's 1-877-973-7425.
1221 Cool Rate Carrier, WSB 24-hour traffic center. Travel advisory in DeKalb County. 2 trouble spots on I-20 westbound before Wesley Chapel. Left lane crash and a stall in the right lane. Covington Highway will get you around that. Also, travel advisory in Norcross. Stalled Big Rig 2 right lanes. 85 southbound below Jimmy Carter Boulevard. You can use Buford Highway. Traffic brought to you by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage for a limited time. Go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off and for UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
Okay, friends, it's the 5K a day bonus blitz. Your noon keyword is silver. Silver, S-I-L-V-E-R, silver. Enter the keyword silver into the WSB Radio app or at WSBradio.com/cash. You have until 12:30 p.m. to enter the keyword and win $1,000. The keyword is silver, S-I-L-V-E-R, silver. Good luck.
I love my home, and now I found a company that loves it as much as I do. TE Certified Electrical Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Chris Chandler here. These folks know great service starts with a job well done and ends with a smile. I found all that out for myself as a customer. It was a 5-star customer experience. Technicians really knew their stuff. They were enthusiastic, they were fast, they were efficient. The communication was top-notch. They kept me informed every step of the way, starting with the exact time they were going to get there. And they even followed up after the service. You don't always get that, as you know. TE Certified has more than 20,000 5-star reviews, and they've been serving Atlanta for decades. You can schedule with them easily online. Really, I just put myself in their hands, and TE Certified handled everything perfectly. That kind of peace of mind is priceless.
TE Certified, we love your home.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Priority Men's Medical Center restores your love life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To restore your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
This is Scott Slade, updating my health story. I get a checkup every year, and last autumn, My primary care physician was troubled by a suspicious number in my lab work. Well, that led to a diagnosis early enough to give me options, and I'm more optimistic than ever about a good outcome. Now, when we're talking about our health, don't be shy. Level with your providers if you think you have a problem. We all need expert eyes looking us over every so often to spot trouble while we still have an option to deal with them. That's where virtual imaging can be invaluable. Virtual imaging's body scan can give you time and options for early treatment, especially for cancer. They can detect tumors as early as precancerous virtually anywhere in your body, and aneurysms you may not even know are there. For a limited time, Virtual Imaging is offering their LDCT body scan for only $995 per scan. That's a $2,495 value. Appointments must be scheduled in May. There are a limited number of scans available at that price, so a few minimum requirements may apply. I'm living proof that preventive medicine can save lives, so don't put this off, especially with this offer from Virtual Imaging. Call 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-SCAN. Or make an appointment by visiting their website at virtualimagingatl.com. That's virtualimagingatl.com. So don't put this off. Schedule this Virtual Imaging LDCT whole body scan for just $995 during the month of May, while you still have options.
Multiple contractors and estimates for your home projects? What a hassle. Instead, trust the Plus. Painting Plus.
Hi, I'm Charlie, owner of Painting Plus and the Plus family of businesses. We're reliable, fully licensed and insured. No muss, no fuss. Trust the Plus and leave everything on your list to us.
If your home's exterior has it, the Plus can improve it. Painting Plus. Siding, gutters, windows, decks, porches, roofing, and more. Trust the Plus. PaintingPlus.com.
Your non-stop news source. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk. You may not agree with him, but he tells you the truth. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Let's one more on this DACA situation. So we're saying here, a lot of Trump supporters get frustrated by the procedural stuff of slowing it down. He's the president. He won an election. He got the popular vote. He should be able to do what he wants. And yet there's this Administrative Procedure Act that outlines how things have to happen. You know, and I know that if you get Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez or Cory Booker in the White House in 2028, the same people who are complaining about the need to slow the trains down are going to find the Administrative Procedure Act to be the greatest law ever written on how it will slow down AOC and Cory Booker. They're going to be able to do what they want to do. They're just not going to be able to rush into it. It's the same way with Trump. If Donald Trump wants to get rid of DACA tomorrow, Donald Trump, the Supreme Court in a 5-4 decision said Donald Trump can get rid of DACA tomorrow. He's just got to follow the proper procedure. That's it. That's all it is. Follow the proper procedure. Time and time again, the big losses Donald Trump suffered at the Supreme Court were John Roberts writing opinion saying you get to do exactly what you want to do, but you've got to follow the proper procedure. And many times Donald Trump followed the proper procedure. It went back to the Supreme Court, and John Roberts said, hey, you follow the proper procedure. You get to do what you want to do. They just handed Donald Trump a massive win. He gets to immediately deport 500,000 people because guess what? They followed the proper procedure. Now they can do that with DACA and get rid of that program if they want. Vision Computer wants you. Y'all, you're worried about, well, you got a computer. You need a new computer. You know it's running slow, but you got all the software on the computer. If it's compatible with Windows 11, you know you can let Vision do this, and you don't have to touch a thing. They'll transfer everything over themselves. You call them 15 seconds or less. You get a person on the phone. You don't have to go through the maze of press 1, press 5, habla español. You call them. They answer the phone, and you can say, "Hey, I got a computer. It's old. I need an upgrade. Can you do it?" You can give them the computer. They'll take care of everything for you. Makes it super easy. You don't have to worry about a thing. All your files, your programs, everything go straight over to the new computer. You could upgrade your existing computer, get a new computer from them, save money by mentioning my name. Call them at 404-COMPUTE. Say it's time for a new computer. They'll make it painless for you. They can even give you world-class tech support. 404-COMPUTE. Anybody nationwide, any business nationwide. 404-COMPUTE or visioncomputers.com. Let Vision help you.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
It is 12:30. Good afternoon. I'm Sabrina Cupid. This news sponsored by Jim Ellis Automotive. Stay alert for the possibility of more severe weather today.
Damaging winds, hail possible, and the risk of tornadoes again today.
Channel 2 Action News meteorologist Brad Nitz in the Storm Center, keeping an eye on radar. Stay with us. Check back for updates on the weather. And if you haven't done so already, it would be a good time to go ahead and download the WSB Radio app to get weather alerts as they happen. In Kentucky, a tornado has killed at least one person. Search efforts underway this afternoon for survivors after a twister touched down in Washington County this morning. A scary situation in Douglas County. Douglas County Fire Chief Miles Allen says a truck carrying a dangerous load wrecked.
We had a tanker truck carrying ammonium nitrate on this back road, Wilson Drive, and for some reason or another, the driver veered off the road, overcorrected, and the truck went into the ditch.
More than 40 homes in the surrounding area had to be evacuated because the chemical is highly explosive. They are now allowed back into their homes. The all clear has been given. Todd Crisley thanking God and President Trump for his release. The reality TV star talked for the first time after getting pardoned by the president, promising to expose the injustices he and his wife faced.
Even though this pardon has happened, I still was convicted of something that I did not do. It could be you. It could be you. It could be any of you.
Now, Todd and Julie Crisley, the stars of Crisley Knows Best, are back home in Tennessee after serving time behind bars for conspiring to defraud banks here in Atlanta and the IRS. They were in the process of appealing their convictions when President Trump announced full pardons. This just in, a District 3 candidate for the Public Service Commission race is back on the ballot now. The Fulton County Superior Court judge has issued an injunction against the Secretary of State for disqualifying Daniel Blackman from the race in District 3. This means that the temporary order allows Blackman to remain on the ballot, and his votes will be continued to be counted pending the outcome of the court's appeal. Blackman says he's qualified to run for office of the Public Service Commission in District 3. A Fulton County Superior Court judge scheduled to hear the appeal on June 10th. And there is a recall here in your lunch hour. Hormel Foods recalling cans of its Dinty Moore beef stew because it may be contaminated with wood fragments. The recall applying to cans of Dinty Moore beef stew with best by dates of February 2028. It's 12:32.
The wreck was bad, but dealing with insurance can be even worse. Hey, it's Smiler Mark McKay for John Foy & Associates, the strong arm. When it comes to traffic accidents, I've seen it all, and nothing surprises me. But when it comes to how insurance companies treat accident victims, I'm shocked. If you've been injured, don't try to take on the insurance companies alone. You need an experienced, winning team. You need the strong arm to fight for you. Pay nothing up front and get your free case evaluation at johnfoy.com.
It's time to celebrate you at Pike Nurseries. Now through Sunday, June 1st, don't miss our Customer Appreciation Sale. Brighten your garden with blooming annuals, petunias, marigolds, begonias, and more. Just $1.29 each. Plus, save on garden favorites like lush hostas, encore azaleas, graceful Japanese maples, and so much more. There's never been a better time to shop Pike Nurseries, your neighborhood garden center. Have fun playing in the dirt and let Pike Nurseries take the guesswork out of gardening.
Rates are up, rates are down. Every day it's something different. If you're curious about what's going on and when the best time will be to buy or refinance your home, call the experts I trust at Myland. This is Scott Slade. There's a reason the guys and gals at Myland are able to close loans that other local banks just can't. The folks at Myland are local and somebody you can trust to make sure you get the best loan for your needs at the best rate. You don't have to take my word for it. Here are lines from some recent testimonials. Myland kept me up to date and informed with every step of the way. They make you feel like you're one of the most important clients they have. Myland specializes in home financing, and they've seen it all. So whether you want to access the equity in your home to pay for other debts, buy a new home, or anything else, Myland is the place to call. 770-817-2000. That's 770-817-2000. Or online, it's myland.com. Spelled it M-I-L-E-N-D. Ed Molestin, Georgia Mortgage License C148769. MyLand's located at 8995 Westside Parkway, Alpharetta, Georgia 30009. MyLand is an equal housing lender.
Hey, get a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home for maximum value, and that's without the stress of listing your home on the market. Hey, Sean Hannity here. You know, trying to sell your home can be overwhelming. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can skip the entire hassle, get an all-cash offer, and close within days. That means no showings, no open houses, and the best part, no stress. Just go to markspain.com and find out what your guaranteed offer will be, and then you can start packing.
Live team coverage of traffic and weather, Alex Williams.
All lanes blocked right now. We're about to be blocked in the cab. I-20 westbound, Wesley Chapel Road, exit 68. Trying to get this stalled big rig off to the right, jammed out of Lithonia. Use Covington Highway. Travel advisory number 2 is a stall 2 right lanes, 85 southbound, Jimmy Carter Boulevard in Gwinnett. Use Buford Highway. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
All right, so let's take a look at WSB Storm Tracker radar. Looks like Kennesaw, Marietta getting some thunderstorm activity right now. We could get storms throughout the afternoon. With more news, check back at 1 o'clock. Breaking news right here on 95.5 WSB.
We're listening to The Eric Erickson Show.
Welcome back. It is Eric Erickson here across the United States of America. I want to give you a heads up. So Tuesday is my birthday, and we are working to free up seats for the Not Safe for Radio show at the Fox Theater in Atlanta. Now, for those of you not familiar with this, my buddy Braden a couple of years ago said when I hit 50, which I do on Tuesday, I should rent out a venue, stand on stage, and tell all the stories that are inappropriate for radio but are pretty funny. And so July 12th, doors open at 6 p.m., event starts at 7 p.m. It is sold out. We are freeing up some seats, rearranging the room a little bit, making some space. And on Tuesday, we will open up on radio to be able to sell more seats. All the proceeds, they don't go to my pocket. They go to charity. We're raising money for charity. We got some great sponsors, True Precision and Americans for Prosperity and Meta stepping up to help us cover the cost so we can give all the money to two great nonprofits. And I would love to have people there. We sold out. We sold out in 6 hours, and we're like, we need to find ways. So I uninvited a lot of friends I was inviting to free up seats to be able to allow more listeners to be able to get into the room. So on Tuesday, sometime in the first hour of this program, I will make an announcement that the gates are open, the tickets are unleashed, and you can buy them. And I think we've got 100 or so more tickets available. It's going to be a fun night. Now, we got to move on. It's an open line Friday, 877-973-7425. If you would like to be on the program, I would be happy to have you. We've got to talk about economic news because the economic news, it was actually where I was going to start the show today. This is how persnickety some people are. I have really good economic news today. And I got hate mail from someone who is so convinced that I hate Donald Trump because I offer criticism that I didn't want to talk about the good economic news. I wanted to talk about the good economic news, and I was going to start the show with the good economic news, but then there was breaking news from the United States Supreme Court, and the United States Supreme Court breaking news was actually bigger news than the economic news that could wait until now. But let's get into it. Here's Rick Santelli on CNBC from this morning.
The income numbers, really, for the first 4 months of the year, they're stellar. They're really stellar. I could go back and look at the first 4 months of many different years. Really very strong numbers, and you're right. This administration is criticized for just about everything under the sun. I've never, ever in my lifetime had glimpses into the politics of an administration in the form of transparency like this one. But why don't we be, give credit where credit is due. Income really shooting up.
Income really shooting up. Credit where credit is due. Trump deserves credit for this. This didn't happen under Biden. And if it happened under Biden, everybody in the mainstream media would be giving Joe Biden credit for this. So, bottom line, income was expected to go up 0.2%. Instead, income has gone up 0.8%. That does not seem to be a huge deal. Except it is because inflation came in less than expected and is almost at the 2% mark that the Federal Reserve wants. If you get 2% inflation, the odds are the Fed's seriously going to consider cutting interest rates. And now the markets responded accordingly this morning and started soaring. So the markets have now started going down pretty significantly. The question is, why are markets going down pretty significantly? Well, markets are going down significantly because the president has come out in the last little while and said that China is violating its trade truce with the United States, and he may up tariffs, and so the markets are responding to that. But I mean, this is from CNBC. Inflation barely budged in April as tariffs President Trump implemented in the early part of the month had yet to show up in consumer prices, the Commerce Department reported Friday. Now, pause there. You got to remember, the president started imposing tariffs at the beginning of April, but then he paused a lot of them and re-implemented them at the end of April, beginning of May. So most analysts say we're not going to see the costs of tariffs show up in data for probably another month or two. Walmart, Target, Home Depot, the like, they're only just now starting to raise prices in response to tariffs. This puts it off to later in the year. Here's the other one, though. The Personal Consumption Expenditure Price Index, the Federal Reserve's key inflation measure, increased just 0.1% for the month, putting the annual inflation rate at 2.1%, the lowest inflation rate in years. The monthly reading was in line with the Dow Jones consensus forecast, with the annual level at 0.1%. Excluding food and energy, the core reading that tends to get even greater focus from Fed policymakers showed readings of 0.1% and 2.5% against respective estimates of 0.1% and 2.6%. So that's 0.1% monthly, 2.5% year over year. They were expecting 2.6% year over year, so it came in slightly lower. Central bank officials believe core is a better indicator of long-term trends. Consumer spending showed sharp decline for the month, posting just a 0.2% increase in line with the consensus, but slower than the 0.7% rate in March. A more cautious consumer mood also was reflected in personal savings, which jumped to 4.9%, up from 0.6% in March. What does that mean? It means that consumers are waiting to see if tariffs really cause price increases, and they're setting their money in their savings accounts until they have some sense of what's happening. Food prices fell. Food prices fell in large part because gas prices have come down so much. Shelter costs increased only 0.4%. Shelter costs increased for insurance reasons and for commodity pricing. The commodity pricing, the steel and aluminum tariffs, people are starting to see effects on those. Those went up. But these are good numbers. These are really good numbers. The markets are convinced, whether the markets are right or not, you should at least understand this. The markets are convinced that we're going to see the tariff data start showing up in the next month or two. If we don't see it, you're probably going to get a stock market boom. If we don't see it, Home Depot, Target, Walmart, other companies are only just now beginning to say they are starting to raise prices because of inflation. Now, what did I tell you when we did all this to begin with? That it was going to be like a sugar high. We'd see a boost of revenue to the federal government. We wouldn't see a big effect on the economy at first, and then we'd have the crash, the sugar crash. Not a stock market crash, just the sugar crash. Like you have a sugar high. You eventually run out of energy and you get tired. That's where the markets kind of think we're headed, is towards that sugar crash of we're going to start seeing prices go up because of inflation. But we don't know. What we do know is this, and this is the biggest takeaway. Income levels are now exceeding the level of inflation. Your growth in your now, and by the way, I gotta say that this is in the abstract. Like, I haven't gotten a pay raise. You probably haven't gotten a pay raise. But you take all the Americans in the workforce together, and their income has gone up 0.8%. Inflation's only gone up 0.1%. So we are finally to the point where wages are outpacing inflation. And that's something the Federal Reserve wants to look at too. If wages outpace inflation, that's a really good sign. It means Americans can save more and spend more concurrently. We're only just getting back to this point. It's taken a while to undo the damage of the Biden administration, but that while is what Donald Trump became president January 20th at noon. We are now May 30th, just after noon, and we have broken Bidenomics finally. We've gotten out of it. Now, we don't know if Trumponomics is actually going to bring higher prices. The speculation is that, yes, it is. But here's the bottom line for everybody, and this is my frustration. If we could get some clarity from President Trump on tariffs, the economy could be roaring. If we could go on and get clarity, instead of the daily up, down, whatever, if we could get some clarity, the economy could be roaring. And if the president can get, remember, in the first quarter of the year, the economy shrank by 0.2 of a point. Wasn't much, but it shrank by 0.2 of a point. Part of that was a reduction of the size of government. The private sector largely held steady. If you get clarity on the tariffs, the private sector is going to roar back to life. I want to play you some Scott Bessent. This is him talking on Fox News about the debt to GDP ratio.
I would disagree with John. And the tariffs are not separate from the budget because while we will not be able to score tariff income for the CBO scoring that we'll see as the bills come out of the, or as the bill comes out of the Senate, we are taking in a substantial amount of tariff income. So, they are not separated, and I'm not sure exactly what John meant, because I believe that the deficit will be smaller this year than it was last year. It will be smaller next year than it is this year. So we will be running deficits. We didn't get here in the 120 days that President Trump has been president this time. We inherited the largest peacetime, non-recessionary deficit in history, and this debt has been built up over time. And I think by the time President Trump leaves office in 2028, we will have come back to the long-term average. We will have stabilized the debt to GDP, and that number will be going down.
Listen, if you get the economy roaring, the number does go down. If you get the economy going the way they want to through deregulation, they're not going to have to worry about the debt to GDP ratio. We'll still have to worry about the national debt, but it'll be in a more manageable position. We'll have more money and more resources to be able to tackle it. It will cause interest rates to go down. We just got to get the clarity. We got to get the clarity. Now, one more Bessent line. This was a great line, I thought, in his interview with Bret Baier.
I think Elon came in and in 100 days did some very important work. And, I characterize two principles with Doge here. One is the absolute level of cost cutting, which Elon has set in motion. So Doge is not going to end with Elon. It is a way of thinking about cutting costs, and it's also a way of thinking about making the government more productive and more efficient. So, I would expect that these would be the initial savings, and they will continue from here. At Treasury, we have incorporated several members of the Doge team. They've become the fully trained, fully compliant Treasury employees, and they are going to be working continuously to ferret out waste, fraud, and abuse within the government system. So I think that the meter is going to keep going with these savings. And then on the other side, we're going to deliver a better product to the American people. Because Brett, I lived in New York, I lived in Florida, and the state of New York spends about $235 billion a year. State of New York spends about $235 billion a year. State of Florida spends about $125 billion. Both states have approximately the same number of people, but Florida doesn't have an income tax. And I can tell you, having lived in both, it's better not to have an income tax, and Florida gives better services. So we want the U.S. to be more like Florida, less like New York.
That's such a good line. We wanted the America to be more like Florida, less like New York. He's got great points. You bring out efficiencies, you deregulate, you can fire up the economy. And if you fire up the economy, it boosts tax revenue, lowers interest rates, it allows the government to deal better with the debt. But we got to get clarity on the tariffs. And the president today now saying that China's in violation of the agreement that we made, has sent the markets down, muddied the water more. It should be a very good day for the president, and it actually is great news for the American people. Whether the Democrats want to acknowledge it or not, in the first 4 months of the Trump administration, wages went up and inflation began to slow to a halt. And that, my friends, is a huge win for Donald Trump. And you know and I know Democrats would be willing to give it to the president if the president had a D next to their name. They might as well be intellectually honest and give it to Donald Trump. Y'all, I want you to consider Old Glory Bank. In a world where so many banks are pushing agendas that don't align with common sense American values, I switched my bank to Old Glory Bank. They respect freedom, they respect faith, they respect hard work, they respect conservatives. They're a bank by conservatives for conservatives. And they're not just any bank, they're a bank that stands up to you. They're built by conservative patriots for people like you. They're not going to cancel you because of your beliefs. There's no woke nonsense at this bank. They're honest, secure banking. It respects your values. They're headquartered in Oklahoma. Whether it's a personal account, a business banking, a home loan, they've got you covered. And they don't just talk the talk, they live it. They're founded by Dr. Ben Carson, by Larry Elder, by John Rich, by Mary Fallon, the former governor of Oklahoma, other great Americans as well. Old Glory Bank is the bank. They back free speech. They support your Second Amendment rights. They believe in the Constitution. They're not going to debank you like so many banks want to do these days to conservatives. If you're tired of banks that care more about their politics than your freedom, it's time to switch. They make it very easy for you. If your kids need a bank, a no-fee checking, no-fee savings account, Old Glory Bank is a bank built for the future. Head over to oldglorybank.com/Eric. That's oldglorybank.com/Eric. I got to emphasize that for you. All of you should go flood their website. See if you can bring it down just by going to oldglorybank.com/Eric. Let them know I'm sending them business. oldglorybank.com/ERICK. See for yourself why they're the right choice for your banking needs. Tell them Eric sent you. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Terms and conditions apply.
Honest.
Putting your trust in me to tell you what's going on.
Transparent.
I need you to know this from the bottom of my heart.
Giving you the information without the noise.
My job isn't to tell you what you want to hear, it's to tell you the truth.
It's the Eric Erickson Show.
1252 Cool Ray Carrier, WSB 24-hour traffic center. Watching the rain start to move through Metro Atlanta, coming down on 75, 575, 400 between Sandy Springs and Alpharetta, as well as up on 85, so use caution. Still got the travel advisory in place in the cab. Stalled Big Rig, 2 right lanes, 20 westbound at Wesley Chapel. Use Covington Highway. Earlier stall in Norcross, 85 south at Jimmy Carter has moved off to the right. Traffic brought to you by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies, offering national LTE coverage for a limited time. Go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
Listening to 95.5 WSB pays.
No way!
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
That is awesome.
5 chances a day to win $5,000.
Download the WSB app. Your next chance to win is coming up at 2 p.m.
Oh my God.
From 95.5 WSB.
Preparing to sell your home can be costly and time-consuming. Skip the hassles of a traditional home sale and sell your home stress-free with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Hi, it's Chris Chandler. Say goodbye to the stress that comes with showings, open houses, and costly home repairs. My friends at Mark Spain Real Estate will sell your home fast and for maximum value. With over 12,500 five-star reviews, trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home for top dollar. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are 2 very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call 404-390-4000. That's 404-390-4000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
What you walk on in your home should be wonderful.
Hi, I'm Michael, proud founder of Authentic Hardwood Flooring. Your summer vacation is going to be awesome, but coming home to those floors won't be. While you're gone, let our highly trained installers transform your space. Just imagine coming home to beautiful new floors. Our promise is to make your flooring process painless. Our focus is to make it perfect.
Authentic Hardwood Flooring offers high-quality craftsmanship with an exceptional customer experience. AuthenticHardwoodFlooring.com.
Going back to college, I have sent my father Omaha Steaks for Father's Day because who doesn't love steak? Dads love steak. A recent survey showed 75% of Americans agree there's no better way than to spend Father's Day than grilling with the family. Dads love to grill. I remember some great memories as a kid of my dad grilling. Now I do. And I get him Omaha Steaks, and you can too. Shop omahasteaks.com and give your dad the legendary Heartland quality he deserves. Plus, my listeners get an extra $35 off when you put Eric in, E-R-I-C-K, as your promo code at checkout. Unbelievable quality from Omaha Steaks. I am a longtime gift giver of Omaha Steaks. My dad loves Omaha Steaks. Your dad will too. Go to omahasteaks.com, load up your cart with deliciousness, get $35 off, minimum order required, when you use promo code Eric at checkout. That's omahasteaks.com. You'll get an extra $35 off with promo code Eric at checkout. Your dad will love you for it.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
Eric's daily show prep email. Text DATA to 33777 and you'll be in the know.
Hello and welcome. It is Eric Erickson here. Just so you guys know, at 8:30 a.m. on Sunday, I will be on C-SPAN. Of all things, that they reached out and said, would you be on C-SPAN on Sunday morning? So 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. I've actually got to teach my Sunday school class the book of Jude for the next month. And so my office is a block from church, so I'll go be on TV and then walk down to church. That's 8:30 Eastern time on C-SPAN. This hour of the program brought to you by First Liberty Building and Loan. If you're buying a building, if you're growing your business anywhere nationwide, First Liberty helps businesses grow. They would love to help your business grow. Reach out to them, firstlibertyga.com. That's firstlibertyga.com. And see if First Liberty is a good fit for you and you for them. Tell them I sent you. I want to take your phone calls in the next hour. We haven't taken a lot of phone calls this week. It is an open line Friday, 877-973-7425. Just be patient with me because when we come back, I got to play you a clip from Pete Buttigieg. The other day, you know, Democrats are starting to do all this hand-wringing over how do we reach young men? How do we win young men back? I thought it was very notable that one of the ways Pete Buttigieg suggested Democrats lure young men into the Democratic Party is pornography. Not making that up. The man who wants to be president believes that the Democrats can get young men back by telling them they will protect their pornography. Tells you pretty much everything you need to know about the problems with the Democratic Party. It goes back to the Democratic consultant who told me that the biggest problem the Democrats have is they are held hostage to progressive white women and gay men. Pete Buttigieg is saying porn is the way for the Democrats to recover young men. I'll play you the audio when we come back. I'll take your phone calls as well. 877-973-7425. You're listening to the Eric Erickson Show nationwide.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
It is 1 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Sabrina Cupid. This news sponsored by Window Nation. We are starting to see some thunderstorm activity around on WSB Storm Tracker radar. Villa Rica, Roswell, Woodstock, getting some thunderstorms right now. In fact, the National Weather Service has just now issued a severe thunderstorm watch until 8 o'clock. That means conditions are favorable. No warnings, though, have been issued at this time. Channel 2 Action News meteorologist Brad Nitz watching it for us.
Strong and potentially severe storms with very heavy rain, reducing visibility. Watch for standing water on the roads. Some damaging wind gusts possible, could take down trees and power lines, and can't rule out an isolated tornado. This clears out late afternoon and will dry out as we head into the weekend. In the WSB Storm Center, I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz.
One man is dead, another on the run after a shooting outside a charity in Chamblee today.
Police believe the suspect is armed and dangerous. He and another man were outside the St. Vincent de Paul charity on Chamblee Tucker Road.
Surveillance video depicted the victim and the suspect in a physical altercation before the shooting occurred.
Captain Jason Wasdorp with Chamblee Police says the victim died from a gunshot wound to the chest. They believe the shooter then fled on foot to the nearby Chamblee MARTA station, catching a southbound train into Atlanta. He is a 6-foot black male wearing a black hoodie and shorts. If you see this man, do not approach. Just call 911. Graham Carroll, 95.5 WSB.
We do have an image of the suspect online at WSBradio.com. Dozens of Douglas County residents are back in their homes now after the clearing of a crash involving a highly explosive tanker truck earlier today.
40 to 50 homes surrounding Wilson Road on the south end of the county were evacuated after a truck carrying ammonium nitrate tipped over into a ditch.
It could be used for various applications. The main risk is explosion.
Douglas County Fire Chief Miles Allen says they had to work quickly to remove blasting caps from the truck, which can spark an explosion.
The vehicle did not breach. There was no product that leaked out.
He says this could have turned out much worse. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
Well, the once booming Cava Galleria specialty shops will be closing for the final time this weekend after nearly 45 years in business. It's the end of an era as the complex prepares for a major redevelopment and expansion later this fall. Reality TV star Todd Chrisley says he is blessed to be out of prison and going back to television after being pardoned by the president.
He knew getting a pardon was a long shot, but after Todd Chrisley was released,
I woke up the first morning and I was looking around. I'm like, this is really real. I'm home.
Chrisley understands why people say their wealth and status helped him and wife Julie get their bank and tax fraud convictions wiped.
I don't know how to address the fact that if it is the case, but I'm grateful to God for whatever reason it was that we were able to obtain it.
But he does say we know why young black men in the same prison as he were denied things he was not.
And my commitment is to them that I will never forget them.
Veronica Waters, 95.5 WSB.
All right, let's take a look at the markets. We're in the red. The Dow's down 205, 42,011. So the Dow's down almost 0.5%. NASDAQ's down more than 1.5%, and the S&P's down almost a full percent.
This is Scott Slade. Nothing takes the place of time when it comes to spotting problems with your health, especially cancer. The earlier, the better. Like me. My doctor saw one lab work number that led to a diagnosis early enough, so I still had options. Now, that's where virtual imaging comes in. They've got the safest CT imaging option in the Southeast with 98% accuracy. Virtual Imaging's LDCT body scan can be invaluable, giving you time and options for early treatment. They can detect tumors as early as precancerous virtually anywhere in your body, and aneurysms you may not even know are there. For a limited time, Virtual Imaging is offering their LDCT body scan for only $995 per scan. That's a $2,495 value. Appointments must be scheduled in May. There are a limited number of scans available at this price, so a few minimum requirements may apply. Don't put this off. I've done it. Call 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-SCAN. Or make an appointment by visiting their website at virtualimagingatl.com.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of. And fact check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get the dirt out before school's out and call Zero Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129. Mention me, Chris Chandler, to secure this deal today. Book online at ZeroResAtlanta.com. Zero Res, spell it backwards or forwards. It's the right way to clean.
Live team coverage of traffic and weather. Here's Alex Williams.
Watching the rain make its way through Metro Atlanta, definitely having an impact on the roadways. Seeing some wet pavement delays on I-75 between Marietta and Kennesaw. 85 getting in the mix as well between Duluth and Norcross, and as well as I'm starting to see the showers pop up through downtown. Travel advisory continues in the cab. Stalled Big Rig, only a left lane open. 20 westbound at Wesley Chapel Road, exit 68. Jammed up leaving Lithonia. Use Covington Highway. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitt. Strong, potentially severe storms moving through with damaging winds, potential for hail, and even some tornadoes will clear out late this afternoon and evening. Today's high 77. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, breezy, low 59, high 80.
And we are under severe thunderstorm watch for most of the metro area until 8 tonight. We'll have more news at 1:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
America, welcome. It is Eric Erickson here this open line Friday, 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, don't forget to text Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777. Get the show notes, the live stream, the podcast, everything you need. I want to take your phone calls, but I've got to start with the Democrats trying to get men back. Why does the data suggest men went to the GOP? It's been a problem for some time. And what Democrats consoled themselves with for a very long time is that more women vote than men. Women more decisively vote Democrat. And non-white men are within the Democratic Party. So they didn't take the issue seriously, and white men became the bad guy. Unless you were an effeminate, well-educated, upper-income white dude, the Democrats wanted nothing to do with you. I mean, literally, Tim Walz has the audacity to talk about how he was coded to speak to men who watch football. Normal men do not say coded to speak. Progressive men do. Men who have very odd relationships with their wives. I mean, I guess we're allowed to talk about it. I mean, we talked about it at the time. I didn't care. It was really weird when Tim Walz and his wife were on stage with Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff, and Tim Walz's wife was more willing to kiss and hug the Harrises than she was her own husband. It seemed very weird to a lot of people, and Tim Walz was the guy who went out on the campaign trail saying J.D. Vance and Donald Trump were weird. No, dude. You are really weird. Your whole family was weird. You were whacked out. You and your wife? I mean, talking about the smelling Minneapolis burn during the George Floyd riots and stuff like that, and leaving the windows open to be able to say, just, y'all were some weird people. Normal dudes spread their legs when they sit down, and Democrats lecture them on man-spreading. Normal dudes like to be helpful and open the door for women, and Democrats get mad at them for doing so. Normal dudes try to explain to be helpful, and Democrats yell at them for mansplaining. Listen, I'm sorry if you don't know how to put stuff in the dishwasher, but I'm going to explain to you how to do it, Democrats. Normal dudes want a job. They'd like to have a family. And they don't want to be put down upon by society. Watch television ads. Television ads done by a bunch of liberals in Hollywood. Just watch television ads. And you can see men are the butt of jokes. Dads in particular, white dads especially, the butt of jokes. You're hard-pressed to find white men in commercials these days unless they're gay. In fact, I keep on in my office, typically CNBC. You know how often I see that ad for the medicine for people with HIV, and it's all a bunch of shirtless gay dudes and lesbians sitting on the couch watching TV and two old dudes together watching a movie and eating popcorn. Like, I don't want to see that ad. That's about the only time you see white men and they're shirtless gay dudes with each other at a party with a medicine they're advertising for HIV. Can we just have like some normal people in TV ads where the dads aren't the butt of jokes? Normal dudes are normal, and yet the media portrays them as toxically masculine. Toxic masculinity, yeah, okay, I understand the phrase. Andrew Tate and his brother, they're charged with rape in the UK. They're not good people, and you got a bunch of bros who went after Andrew Tate trying to find their calling. Listen, there are some guys out there who have problems with chicks, and they decided that they would listen to Andrew Tate, a pornographer, on how to get the chicks, and they spent a lot of money, and they're stupid, and they're probably never going to have kids, be bred out of the gene pool, and I'm not sure I'm upset about that. But most normal dudes, they're not the Andrew Tate watchers. They are guys who are going to work, they're providing a living for their families, and yet they're constantly scolded by society. It's one reason golf has taken off again with middle American men. Because on the golf course, it's you and a couple dudes and some drinks, and you're hitting golf balls, maybe smoking a few cigars, and you're having a great conversation. You're not being browbeaten by society. And it's not a surprise now that the left is coming after golf. It's bad for the environment. Do you know like 90 to 100% of the water on a golf course is recycled water that comes from the retaining ponds they use? It's so bad for the environment and the pollution. Don't come after my golf courses. You've already tried to come after my cow, my coffee. Now you're coming after my golf course? So Pete Buttigieg was on a podcast talking about getting young men back into the Democratic fold. Pete Buttigieg has a history of saying odd things.
Of course we should be talking about how, if Speaker Johnson got his way, it wouldn't be possible, not just for gay people to get married, but for straight people to get divorced, let alone like birth control or how he would want to regulate porn or whatever most people would have a problem with.
How he wants to regulate porn. Now, take the hysteria of you wouldn't be able to get a divorce. You wouldn't be able to get married if you're gay. You know, interestingly enough, Gallup has polling out that people's views of gay marriage, particularly people who are Republicans, it's cratered like 14 to 15 points. And do you know why people on the right who had generally become supportive of gay marriage, why they're shifting? It actually has nothing to do with gay men and lesbians. It has to do with the trans community. It has to do with the punishment of small businesses that are Christians. It has to do with the never-ending hectoring. A lot of people are like, look, we're going to give you gay marriage and then just leave you alone. Please leave us alone. We gave them gay marriage, and now the entire month of June has to be gay. I mean, it's already starting. I'm already starting to get the messages. We gave you gay marriage. You said you wanted gay marriage. so that you could be normal like the rest of us, and now we've got to have an entire month. My birthday month is now the gay month, where I mean, the moment June 1st arrives, midnight June 1st, every corporation in America hoists the rainbow flag. It's like, we're gay this month. That's not normal. That's weird. And it's annoying and in your face. You said you just wanted to blend into society. We gave you gay marriage, and now you're like, yeah, we're here, we're queer, and you got to see it 24/7, 365, particularly the month of June. That's kind of off-putting to a group of dudes who are normal. And to have Pete Buttigieg, a gay man who has talked about the discount you get by adopting black babies, to say, I mean, we need to explain to dudes that they want to regulate your porn. It's such an odd thing to say. The porn regulation. They really don't understand men. They don't, well, I should say they don't understand heterosexual men. Heterosexual men want to find a wife and have a family, and society has put up massive obstacles to do so, including disadvantaging men when it comes to education and scholarships, where now it's harder and harder to find a wife who wants to marry you. If you're a blue-collar man and your wife is a professional, she doesn't want to marry you. She wants another professional, and yet society has collaborated and conspired to make it harder for you to get a good education as a guy and go to college and get an affordable degree. Saddle you with student loans or deny you college altogether. Men want to be fathers, and yet they're told that they're toxically masculine and they shouldn't raise their children to be boys and girls. They want a family. They want their truck. The left is coming for their truck. You can't have the truck, the F-150, the GMC Sierra, the Silverado, the Dodge Ram. Those, you're not supposed to have them unless you're working a blue-collar job where you're actually hauling lumber. The left doesn't want you to have a truck anymore. They don't want you to eat beef anymore. You know, the left is now trying to twist this on the right and say, you know, they're conspiring to ban lab-grown meat. They don't want you to even try it. You know why we're trying to get rid of lab-grown meat? Because we know what happens is you guys impose lab-grown meat on the rest of us. And ban the cow. You've been trying to ban cows and coffee for a decade now. And now you're like, the right wants to ban lab-grown. They don't even want you to try lab-grown meat. Nobody wants your lab-grown meat. That's why they rejected Pete Buttigieg. Y'all, come on. The idea that the left is going to go out there and say, we're going to get men back by talking about porn and talking about divorce. Maybe first get a masculine voice and a man who's not afraid of being a man. It's weird to see these Democrats out there trying to you've got these 20-something effeminate dudes talking to very, very, very large young women about how to reconnect with young men. You know, young men, it's not just the white guys now. The black young men, the Hispanic young men, they're all leaving the Democratic Party. That's why the Democrats care about this issue. Again, they don't care about the young white guys. They care about the young black guys and the young Hispanic guys. And the problem is they have divided everyone into victim groups. And black men and Hispanic men are supposed to be victim groups of the Democrats. And it turns out, surprise, surprise, young Democratic black men and Hispanic men who have shifted right, you know one of the reasons they did? They're not victims. They're not victims. They don't want to be victims. They don't feel victimized, and they're damn tired of Democrats telling them they're victims. They want to be entrepreneurs. They want to be successful, and the Democrats want to tax their businesses when they get successful. The Democrats want to take their money from them when they get successful. The Democrats accuse them of acting white when they get successful. That's the problem with the Democratic Party. You get a young, black, entrepreneurial man who builds a business, and what do the Democrats do? Well, you're speaking white code. Really? They're speaking like a successful American, and you're going to pretend that they're trying to play white by virtue of their success? Or take the Hispanic men, they're Latinx, they're not Hispanic, and they start a construction business, they start building houses, the Democrats are going to regulate them out of existence and then tell them you're trying to be white. You know, the longer a Hispanic family stays in this country, the more they identify as white, Protestant, and Republican. And the Democrats don't like that. And you know something else that's happening out there? Young men are starting to go back to church. In the 18 to 25 cohort, it is more likely that a young man goes to church than a young woman these days. The Democrats have turned young women into a bunch of neurotic psychology problems. And the young men are going to church. The young men are finding Jesus, and the young women are finding therapy. The Democratic Party did this to itself. And it didn't do it overnight, and it didn't do it in one election. It did it in multiple election cycles over time, and it chose to ignore the data that showed that young men in this country just want to be successful in their work, get a good job, get married, have kids, start a family. And the Democrats vilified it all. They vilified starting families. They vilified kids. They vilified the sanctity of marriage. They degraded the sanctity of marriage. They vilified young men's ambition. They vilified young men for being men. And now they're like, oh, we're going to tell them they're going to regulate porn. That'll get them on our side. The Democrats will eventually fix the problem. There's no such thing as permanence in American politics. But it's going to take them a very long time to fix the problem. It's not just about Donald Trump. And this is the other thing the Democrats are telling themselves, by the way. You do need to know this, is that there's a growing view in the Democratic Party. This is just Donald Trump. When Donald Trump goes away, they'll come back. Shh. No. It's you actually look at the data. I know how to read the data. It's way more than about Donald Trump. Donald Trump gave voice to some of the concerns. The "there for they, them," Donald Trump's for you. That ad resonated a lot, particularly with young men and married women, by the way. The Democratic Party doesn't have a clue how to connect to young men because the Democratic Party views them as victims aligned with races as opposed to young American men.
Those who love him, listen to find out what he's going to say next. Those who disagree with him, also listen to see what he's going to say next. It's the Erick Erickson Show.
121 Cool Ray Carrier, WSB 24-hour traffic center. Travel advisory continues in the cab. Stalled Big Rig, only a left lane open. 20 westbound, Wesley Chapel Road, exit 68. Very slow from Lithonia. Use Covington Highway. Rain impacting the ride all over Metro Atlanta. Seeing some reduced visibility on I-85 between 285 and Highway 316 in the northeast. So bring those speeds back and keep your headlights on if you're traveling out on the roads. Traffic brought to you by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage for a limited time. Go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off and for UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
It pays to have the WSB radio app. Download it today and get ready for the Blitz.
Oh my God.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz. 5 chances a day to win $5,000.
It's a Blitz.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
Your next chance to win is coming up at 2 p.m.
Oh, that's cool.
From 95.5 WSB.
Download the WSB radio app now.
Some things really love the rain, like flowers, your lawn, frogs. Other things like your roof, not so much. And if your roof is old, it's taken a lot of abuse from the elements over the years. Home Fix It Show host Dave Baker here from my roofing experts at Findlay Roofing. The roof guys. Water is your home's #1 enemy, and your roof is your front line of defense to stop it from getting inside. Heavy rain and severe storms like we've had recently can expose roof leaks and lead to water damage. So, how's your roof holding up? If you're not sure, I recommend you schedule a Findlay Roofing free roof analysis. It's easy. Go to roofroof.com, set up your appointment, and a highly trained professional will thoroughly examine your roof. No obligation, no charge. And if you need a new roof, remember Findlay has seen it all and replaced it all. They have replaced over 65,000 roofs in the metro area. That's why when it comes to your roof, you need to think of Findlay first. Schedule your free roof analysis at FindlayRoofing.com.
Roof isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see.
Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call 404-390-4000. That's 404-390-4000.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
This is Scott Slade. Nothing takes the place of time when it comes to spotting problems with your health, especially cancer. The earlier, the better. Like me. My doctor saw one lab work number that led to a diagnosis early enough, so I still had options. Now, that's where virtual imaging comes in. They've got the safest CT imaging option in the Southeast with 98% accuracy. Virtual Imaging's LDCT body scan can be invaluable, giving you time and options for early treatment. They can detect tumors as early as precancerous virtually anywhere in your body, and aneurysms you may not even know are there. For a limited time, Virtual Imaging is offering their LDCT body scan for only $995 per scan. That's a $2,495 value. Now, appointments must be scheduled in May. There are a limited number of scans available at this price, so a few minimum requirements may apply. Don't put this off. I've done it. Call 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-SCAN. Or make an appointment by visiting their website at virtualimagingatl.com.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
All the news, weather, and traffic you need. 95.5 WSB. Join Eric's army of activists and let your voice be heard. Text ARMY to 33777.
Welcome back. It is an open line Friday, 877-973-7425. I'm going to go to John. Welcome to the show, John. How are you?
Hey, Eric. How you doing today?
Great. Thanks for being patient.
Well, no problem. I want to talk about liberty and the war against money and banks. So I had an interesting experience today. I went to the bank. My wife is currently out of the country, and she needed me to deposit some cash for her into her checking account. I was unable to do so because I had to jump through some hoops of depositing the cash into our joint checking account and then transferring it to her account. And when I spoke with the branch manager, the explanation was that I was given was it is a federal regulation to attempt to combat money laundering. Mm-hmm. And I look at it as, no, it's a way to try to get me to stop using cash and also a way to be able to track where my money comes and goes. And the slippery slope of that is the net result of being able to control how currency flows and what business is acceptable and what is not.
You're absolutely right. That's exactly what's going on. So it's if it's over $10,000 in a week deposited, or a couple $1,000s in a chunk, they have to notify the government. There are delays on the amount of money that can flow in. And it absolutely is. It's a spy thing. That's what is going on is reporting to the government. It's the same way now with the Venmo transactions and stuff. Some of those have to be reported to the government. It's 100% about controlling you. They don't want you to use cash. They're convinced, despite printing cash and telling people the American dollar is good, they want you to use credit cards or debit cards to make everything easier to be able to trace you. And it's a control on you. And by the way, John, I'm glad you called on this because there actually is a report that's come out of the last week that actually says that these money laundering rules restricting the use of cash actually are not nearly as effective as the government claimed they were. And there are lots of in-runs around them. So it's a frustrating rule to me, and I'm sorry you had to deal with that with your wife. It's more of a hassle than it's worth. Now, Americans for Prosperity is fighting for common sense conservative reforms. In fact, Americans for Prosperity is fighting on this particular issue, on unrestricting your ability to use cash without the government snooping on you all the time. Right now, they are active on fighting to get the president's tax bill passed. They would love to have you on board. You go to protectprosperity.com. Protectprosperity.com is the AFP website designed to mobilize activists around the country to tell your senators to fix the bill and get it passed so it can be done. There are some Republicans in the Senate saying they're going to kill the bill and do a new bill. They're not going to do that. They want to get something passed, but if they know you're out there and active, they're going to fix the bill, not try to kill the bill, and they're going to get it back to the House expeditiously, hopefully by July 4th. Go to protectprosperity.com today. ProtectProsperity.com is brought to you by Americans for Prosperity, the largest leading grassroots group in the country. They advocate common sense conservative solutions. ProtectProsperity.com is where you want to go.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
It is 1:30. Good afternoon. I'm Sabrina Cupid. This news sponsored by Ben Hill Renovation. The weather is our top local story this half hour.
In the WSB Storm Center, I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. Severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for much of metro Atlanta as a broken line of strong and potentially severe storms moves through. Very heavy rain, strong wind gusts. Watch for reduced visibility, of course, and standing water on the roads. The potential for damaging winds down trees and power lines. Also, some small hail, and can't rule out a brief tornado. Again, a severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for much of metro Atlanta. In the WSB Storm Center, I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz.
All right, thanks, Brad. We're also just now getting word that there is a ground stop at Hartsfield-Jackson International until 2:30 this afternoon because of the weather. Once again, a ground stop at the airport until 2:30. A scary situation today in Douglas County. Douglas County Fire Chief Miles Allen says a truck carrying a dangerous load wrecked.
We had a tanker truck carrying ammonium nitrate on this back road, Wilson Drive, and for some reason or another, the driver veered off the road, overcorrected, and the truck went into the ditch.
More than 40 homes in the surrounding area had to be evacuated because the chemical is highly explosive. Residents are now allowed back in their homes. The all clear sounded. Todd Crisley thanking God and President Trump for his release. The reality TV star talked for the first time after getting pardoned by the president, promising to expose the injustices he and his wife faced.
Even though this pardon has happened, I still was convicted of something that I did not do. It could be you. It could be you. It could be any of you.
Todd and Julie Crisley, the stars of Crisley Knows Best, are back home in Tennessee after serving time behind bars for conspiring to defraud banks here in Atlanta and the IRS. They were in the process of appealing their convictions when President Trump announced full pardons for the both of them. The Postal Service out with its annual dog bite report. Overall, there were 6,000 incidents of mail carriers being bitten by dogs. And Tiffany Rowlands with U.S. Postal Service says Georgia ranks in the top 25 for states with the most dog bites, 104 of them.
In terms of Atlanta, there are only 2 bites reported, along with 8 other cities, including Alpharetta, Marietta, and Forsyth.
And California reporting the most dog bites when it comes to mail carriers. It's 1:32.
Rates are up, rates are down. Every day it's something different. If you're curious about what's going on and when the best time will be to buy or refinance your home, call the experts I trust at MyLend. This is Scott Slade. There's a reason the guys and gals at MyLend are able to close loans that other local banks just can't. The folks at MyLend are local and somebody you can trust to make sure you get the best loan for your needs at the best rate. You don't have to take my word for it. Here are lines from some recent testimonials. MyLend kept me up to date and informed with every step of the way. They make you feel like you're one of the most important clients they have. Myland specializes in home financing, and they've seen it all. So whether you want to access the equity in your home to pay for other debts, buy a new home, or anything else, Myland is the place to call. 770-817-2000. That's 770-817-2000. Or online, it's myland.com. Spelled it M-I-L-E-N-D. NMLS and Georgia Mortgage License C148769. Myland's located at 8995 Westside Parkway, Alpharetta, Georgia 30009. Myland is an equal housing lender.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Priority Men's Medical Center restores your love life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To restore your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
We've all got one, and there's never just one thing on it. Your home improvement to-do list. Trust the Plus. Painting Plus. The Plus covers everything on your list. Siding, gutters, windows, decks, porches, roofing, and of course, painting.
Hi, I'm Charlie, the owner of Painting Plus. We do it all, and we do it right. Trust the Plus family of businesses for everything on your list.
If your home's exterior has it, the Plus can improve it. Painting Plus. Siding, gutters, windows, decks, porches, roofing, and more. Trust the Plus. PaintingPlus.com.
All right, quickly, Alex Williams, how are we doing on the roads?
Travel advisory continues in DeKalb. I-20 westbound, Wesley Chapel, stalled Big Rig, just a left lane open. Use Covington Highway. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
Are we under a severe thunderstorm watch, most of metro Atlanta, until 8 o'clock tonight, and there's a ground stop right now at Hartsfield-Jackson until 2:30. More news at 2 o'clock, breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
Smart, fearless, and occasionally funny. You're listening to The Erick Erickson Show.
Y'all, on Sunday morning, it's 8:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be on C-SPAN, and yes, I get to take C-SPAN caller calls. They are infamous for being unscreened and crazy. It's going to be a delightfully wild time. Now, if you want to be on Open Line Friday, the phone number is 877-973-7425. I want to talk about Elon Musk and his departure from Washington, D.C. To do so, however, I want to begin first. In fact, Elon just recirculated this clip of Jamie Dimon. A note to control, I haven't heard it yet, so I don't think Jamie Dimon has a potty mouth, so we're going to play Jamie Dimon, who has just been on stage in New York talking about China and the American economy. Jamie Dimon, for those of you who don't know, is the chairman and CEO of J.P. Morgan.
Biggest one, underlying both that, is the enemy within. I'm not as worried about China. China is a potential adversary. They're doing a lot of things well. They have a lot of problems. What I really worry about is us. Can we get our own act together, our own values, our own capability, our own management? What you heard today on stage was the amount of mismanagement is extraordinary. By state, by city, for pensions, and that stuff is going to kill us. And, I always get asked this question, are we going to be the reserve currency? And no. If we are not the preeminent military and the preeminent economy in 40 years, we will not be the reserve currency. That's a fact. Just read history. Now, I think we will be. Warren Buffett here would tell you we're enormously resilient. I agree with that. I think this time is different. This time we have to get our act together, and we have to do it very quickly.
He's not wrong. And Elon Musk said, too, he's right. Elon Musk is leaving Washington, D.C. The American press corps they're not lying about Elon Musk leaving D.C. somewhat disaffected. There's a story in the New York Times today about Elon Musk's rampant drug use. Now, I will tell you there are lots of people out there who will say the National Enquirer is more credible. This is the New York Times. Don't believe them. You talk to people in Elon Musk's orbit. They'll acknowledge that he does have an issue with drug use. It's been a long time and probably exacerbated by the stresses of D.C. But also Elon Musk did a good job and a good thing for Washington and the nation, not just in what he was able to cut. He wasn't able to cut much, to be frank, but in showing how entrenched the bureaucracy is and those who just want to coast along without fixing things. And there is now happening a smear against Elon Musk as he departs Washington. He had to depart Washington, D.C. The law under which Elon Musk served the president was called the Special Government Employee. You can only serve in Washington, D.C. as a special government employee for 130 calendar days. Because Elon Musk worked on weekends, his time is cut shorter than those who work 5 days a week as a special government employee. Normally, he would be able to make it until about the 4th of July. It's a month short because of his time working weekends tirelessly to fix problems in Washington, and he exposed a lot. And as he departs Washington, he is the victim of a terrible slur. And I wanna play for you two clips. This is Adnan Gridhardis on MSNBC amplifying the rhetoric against Elon Musk.
I think the theme of the last two stories that we've been talking about are welcome to democracy. Welcome to our system. It's not a judicial coup. Our system, for as long as these short-memoried people may or may not remember, has been a three-branch system of government in which other branches have a say. And when you go back to the Elon Musk story, it's the same story. He didn't just leave. He's not just slipping out of Washington. He was chased out of Washington by democracy, by people saying no, by people protesting so much around his cars and dealerships that he lost billions and billions of dollars.
Everything he just said, there's a lie. Other than we're not actually in a judicial coup, but he would think so if the Democrats were in charge and courts were stopping him. Elon Musk was not chased out of Washington. He had to leave by law. Elon Musk, his stock value for Tesla has rebounded and is higher now than it was when Tim Walz was cheering on its decline. In fact, I'm watching right now. There's going to be a press conference here shortly with the president and Elon Musk. We'll carry some of that live if we can. And Tesla stock has rebounded. But this is the real slur here by this guy on MSNBC.
I just want to say, we can tell the Elon story and this kind of disciplining by democracy as a story of someone leaving. But there is pain in the wake of these tariffs, and there's pain in the wake of what Elon did. He talked about bringing the wood chipper to USAID. Brooke Nichols, Boston University professor, mathematician, figured out what is the effect of this. They have a tracker, 300,000 deaths. According to a Boston University professor, because of the aid cuts so far, 200,000 of them children. Okay, Vietnam War, y'all remember that? 60,000 U.S. service members died. This is 5 times more deaths, according to the Boston University study, because of aid cuts since January of this year.
This is where they're headed with this. A made-up number by a anti-Trump professor giving them a talking point that Elon Musk has caused the deaths of 300,000 people, 200,000 children. This is what the left would call stochastic terrorism if it was someone on the right targeting anyone on the left saying they were responsible for 300,000 deaths. They had Stalin-esque death totals. And this is what the left is doing now. The left wants Elon Musk and Donald Trump to die. They want them to take bullets. People at MSNBC are only upset that the bullet missed Donald Trump a little bit. They want these men dead. And they will amplify their slurs against these men to try to get them killed. And they'll deny it, of course. They'll say, I'm telling the truth. I'm just citing a study. You're citing crap study debunked, for which there's actually no way to prove it's true. Just think about it. How do you assess whether it was a cut in USAID funding that actually went to a non-governmental organization, not to the actual entity? How do you assess it was that cut? You can't actually do it, and yet they say these sorts of things so that you'll believe they're true, so that you will hate Elon Musk, so that some nut job out there will try to gun the man down. It's what the left excels at these days. Violent rhetoric to get people killed, and then they point to the right and say, that's violent rhetoric. You're going to get someone killed. How dare you? Don't judge me for mine. They're coming after Elon Musk. They're attacking Elon Musk because he actually exposed a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse. He actually exposed the kickbacks. He actually exposed the payments to outside groups, some of which go into their pocket. He actually exposed all this, and the left is furious about it, and now he needs to die because of it. That's how they look at these things. You do not go on television and claim that Elon Musk caused 300,000 people to die. It's not responsible rhetoric when you know the history of these studies is they can't really be proven true. This isn't a dumb guy on MSNBC. He knows what he's doing. He's trying to fuel and foment the hate against Musk, and it's not just him. It is all sorts of left-wing publications have seized on these talking points now in order to attack Elon Musk, in order to defame Elon Musk, in order to belittle him. Here's Michelle Goldberg, the New York Times. This is the New York Times. The headline, Elon Musk's legacy is disease, starvation, and death. Musk's absurd scheme to save the government $1 trillion by slashing waste, fraud, and abuse has been a failure. Doge claims it saved $175 billion, but experts believe the real number is significantly lower. Meanwhile, according to the Partnership for Public Service, which studies the federal workforce, Doge's attacks on government personnel could cost the government upwards of $130 billion this fiscal year. He did indeed shred USAID. Now, get this. Brooke Nichols, an associate professor of global health at Boston University, has estimated the cuts already resulted in 300,000 deaths. Notice the talking point is circulating now from one associate professor of global health at Boston University. That's what they're claiming, 103 deaths per hour. Additional adult malaria cases, additional adult malaria deaths, additional cases of tuberculosis, additional child deaths from diarrhea, additional child malaria cases, additional deaths from tuberculosis, PEPFAR, additional adult deaths. On and on and on and on and on. That's what they're claiming. And they're doing a tracker. These are made up numbers. They're not real numbers. And yet Michelle Goldberg at the New York Times amplifies them. And what's his name at MSNBC amplifies them. Other left-wing outlets continue to amplify them because they want Elon Musk to be treated like Stalin or Hitler. Actually, Hitler, not Stalin, because they like Stalin. They'll go with Hitler or Pol Pot. And they want him vilified in that way because it's not enough for him to leave. He must be destroyed. He must be destroyed because he exposed their income from NGOs. He exposed the side deals. He exposed the corruption. He exposed the waste, fraud, and abuse. He saved the government money. Did he save as much as he wanted? No. $100-some-odd billion. But that's still $100-some-odd billion that he's been able to find in government and fix. And they've got to vilify the guy. And you know why? It's not even really what he did. It's because they presumed for the longest time Elon Musk was one of them. Kara Swisher is the technology hack who's on CNN and the like. She's a far-left, progressive, angry lesbian who hates people on the right, hates Christians, and she loved Elon Musk for the longest time until he turned right. And now she uses her platform to attack him every time she can. People on the left love to hate Mark Zuckerberg for the same reason, because Mark Zuckerberg seems to actually be more libertarian than they thought, less of a progressive than they thought. They hate Elon Musk now because Elon Musk clearly is not as progressive as they thought. He supported Donald Trump. He's got to be destroyed. Time and time again, anyone who they think is coded left in their freak words, who actually turns out to not be on the left, got to be destroyed. They're doing it to Musk. They're doing it to Zuckerberg. They're doing it to anybody they thought was on their side. And they do it to those people more than anyone else, more even than to someone like Donald Trump, who's not on their side. And by the way, and they did to Donald Trump for the longest time because at one point they thought he was on their side. They do it to them as a warning for anyone else. You can't leave the left. If you do, we will destroy you. We will amp up the rhetoric enough so people want to kill you. This is all about keeping their own side in line. What you see on MSNBC on a daily basis is all about the left bullying the left to keep them in line. What you see on a daily basis in the media about Elon Musk now is an attempt to find some nut job to try to take a shot on him because he's got to be punished to the ultimate degree for daring to walk away from the left. And the funny thing is, Elon Musk never actually walked away from the left. The left walked away from him. Elon Musk stayed put on where what he believed, and the left just diverged so far to the left, they've left reality, and now they become violent. Stochastic terrorism is what they say about the right. It's what they're engaged in. It's what they know well. Now, I got to tell you about the Eden Pure thunderstorm because you got the BOGO happening today. Time's running out. Buy one, get one free. You go to EdenPureDeals.com and you put in Eric Bogo, ErickBogo, at EdenPureDeals.com. You buy one, you get one free. You buy two, you get two free. You buy five, you get five free. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm is an air purifier, and it's filterless. You don't have to get a filter subscription. It wipes out smoke. It wipes out smoke odors. It wipes out dust and pollen and pet dander. It wipes out 99.9% of bacteria and viruses. It also eliminates every odor. So smoke odors, like I mentioned, or dirty diaper odors, or pet odors, or frying shrimp in the kitchen odors, or the odors that come up out of the basement. It wipes out those odors. They're small. You can hold it in your hand. You can plug it up with a USB cord. You can plug it into the wall. It just works. You go to EdenPureDeals.com. Eden like the Garden of Eden, pure as the driven snow, EdenPureDeals.com. You put in the discount code on the front page, Eric Bogo, ErickBogo. You buy one, you get one free. You buy 10, you're going to get 10 free. That's the way the BOGO works. You will wipe out odors. You can get one for your living room, one for your dining room, one for your upstairs, one for your downstairs, one for your basement, one for your travel bag, one for your RV. They're small, they're portable. Plug it up with a USB cord, as I said, plug it into the wall. And they just work, and you never have to buy a filter subscription. EdenPureDeals.com, discount code Eric Bogo.
When the truth seems hazy, Eric will clear the way. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
150 Coolray Carrier, WSB 24-hour traffic center. Heavy rain around Metro Atlanta. Definitely seeing the downpours right in the heart of the city. Use extra caution if you got to get out on the roadways. Don't drive with your flashers on. Stalled Big Rig finally just cleared I-20 westbound into Cab at Wesley Chapel Road, exit 68. Going to take some time for the brake lights to shake out, leaving Lithonia. Traffic brought to you by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage. For a limited time, go to RapidRadios.com now for 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. Alex Williams, 95.5 WUSB.
When you need to know.
This story is developing in Atlanta.
When you want to know.
Severe weather is on its way.
When you have to know.
We'll alert you as soon as this closure clears.
Get notifications
from your source for news.
Get the WSB radio app.
Download it from your app store today.
When markets get rocky, the worst thing you can do is nothing. Hi, I'm David Nicholas, president and founder of Nicholas Wealth Management. Times like these demand action and a plan you can trust. That's why we rely on our trademark Retire Ready Bucket strategy. This strategy is designed to place a percentage of your portfolio into lower risk, income producing income bucket, aiming to generate steady cash flow for the first 10 to 15 years of retirement. Meanwhile, your growth bucket is filled with dividend and growth stocks, which has time to recover when markets are going crazy. So call Nicholas Wealth today at 678-990-8500 or visit nicholaswealth.com to schedule a time to sit down with our team to review your plan. This strategy was crafted by experience. It's battle tested, and it's how you aim to keep your retirement on track even when the markets are not. So call Nicholas Wealth today at 678-990-8500 or visit nicholaswealth.com. At Nicholas Wealth Management, we're prepared. Are you? Don't wait for the next headline to shake your confidence. Call Nicholas Wealth today, 678-990-8500 or visit nicholaswealth.com. Nicholas Wealth Management. Retire ready.
Nicholas Wealth Management is an independent financial services firm and uses a variety of different investment strategies. Neither the information nor any opinion expressed is to be construed as solicitation to buy or sell a security or personalized investment, tax, or legal advice.
It's time to celebrate you at Pike Nurseries. Now through Sunday, June 1st, don't miss our Customer Appreciation Sale. Brighten your garden with blooming annuals, petunias, marigolds, begonias, and more. Just $1.29 each. Plus, save on garden favorites like lush hostas, encore azaleas, graceful Japanese maples, and so much more. There's never been a better time to shop Pike Nurseries, your neighborhood garden center. Have fun playing in the dirt and let Pike Nurseries take the guesswork out of gardening.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Summer is almost here, and let's be real, your house looks like it's been hiding under a pile of pollen, doesn't it? Just like mine in that dirty driveway. Ooh, not fooling anybody either. That's why I called Wise Guys Pro Wash. They gave me a quote, showed up the next day, and bam, clean house, sparkling patio, and a deck I actually want to sit on. With more than 2,000 5-star Google reviews, Wise Guys is the only company I trust to get my home summer ready. Mention me, Chris Chandler, and get $70 off your next service. Book now at wiseguysprowash.com.
So your septic system needs repairs. That stinks. First, they want to charge you to pump out the tank and charge you again for the repair. That's just wrong. Hi, I'm Shannon, owner of Scorpion Septic, and we don't do that. With us, there's never a pump out charge with your repair. You'll save hundreds.
Take the sting out of septic service with Scorpion Septic, where there is never a pump out charge with your repair. Call for more information.
ScorpionSepticServices.com. Your non-stop news source, 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk. Giving you the truth, not the talking points. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Welcome back. Breaking news. I just was able to get this clip. Joe Biden has been speaking. They put a camera in his face. It's the first time he's spoken since his prostate cancer diagnosis, and he kind of loses it. Let's listen to some of this.
Well, the prognosis is good. We're working on everything. It's moving along. So I feel good.
Have you decided on your treatment options?
Yeah, we have. And we're underway, and all the folks are very optimistic.
And so you've started treatment?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to share what exactly that entails?
It's all a matter of taking a pill, one particular pill, and for the next 6 weeks and then another one. And the expectation is we're going to be able to beat this. It's not in any organ. It's my bones are strong. I hadn't penetrated, so I'm feeling good.
So I feel like everybody expects.
Sorry. I've done it all because I'm loyal. I do it every damn year from the very beginning. I never forget where I came from. That's why.
I feel like everybody didn't know what to expect of you today, and then you get here and you're speaking powerfully. You look good. You're confident.
Oh my gosh! Listen to that.
What do you say to all those people? Don't count you out.
Well, I say lots of luck in the senior year.
What has this been like for your family? Obviously, this is also an emotional time. This is the 10-year anniversary of your son, Bo's passing. You received this diagnosis just 2 weeks before that.
Well, we're all optimistic about the diagnosis. Matter of fact, one of the leading surgeons in the world is working with me, and he had diagnosed with the same exact thing 32 years ago. He's alive and well and doing very well. So we're optimistic. We're optimistic.
And there's also been a lot of discussion recently about your mental and physical capabilities while you were in office.
You can see that. I'm mentally incompetent, and I can't walk, and I can beat the hell out of both of them.
Well, do you want to reply to any of those reports, and also to the fact that there are some Democrats who are now questioning whether you should have run for re-election in the first place?
Why didn't they run against me then? Because I'd have beaten them.
Do you have any regrets?
No, I don't have any regrets. Look, there's a lot going on, and I think we're in a really difficult moment, not only in American history, but in world history. I think we're one of those inflection points in history where the decisions we make in the next little bit are going to determine what things look like for the next 20 years.
That's Joe Biden speaking just a short time ago, says he could beat the hell out of Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson, and then stumbled over the rest of his words. All right. Well, we've heard from Biden, and that one reporter, Mr. President, you sound so good. Now, what happened to the White House is Donald Trump and Elon Musk. They're just beginning to speak at the White House, of course, right as we're headed into a commercial break. When we come back at the top of the hour, we'll go to the White House. Right now, I got to tell you about Omaha Steaks because Father's Day is coming up, and you can get a great deal at Omaha Steaks. You can get $35 extra off if you use my name, Eric, E-R-I-C-K, at checkout as your promo code. Minimum order required. Omaha Steaks is a fantastic place to get your dad something great for Father's Day. In fact, my father has loved Omaha Steaks for years. I love Omaha Steaks. Get the bacon wrap fillets for your dad. Get the New York strips. My wife loves the caramel apple tart. Let's throw those in for your mom for Father's Day. Give your mom something too. But you go to omahasteaks.com. You put Eric in, E-R-I-C-K, as your promo code at checkout. You'll get an extra $35 off. They've got an incredible selection at Omaha Steaks. Seafood, pork, chicken, steaks, ready-made sides, desserts, you name it. Load up deliciousness for your dad for Father's Day. omahasteaks.com. Eric is your promo code at checkout.
You've had your windshield wipers on high a lot lately, and they're getting the job done, but how is your roof holding up after all this heavy rain? Dave Baker here from my local experts at Finley Roofing, the roof guys. It's a fact. Water is your home's #1 enemy, so weather like we've been having recently can really challenge your roof. You may not even see signs that your roof is leaking or damaged, so after weather like this, think of Finley first and schedule a free roof analysis. Finley will send a highly trained professional to your home who will thoroughly examine your roof. No obligation, no charge. Finley is the best. They installed the roof on my home, and I trust them, and you can too. Finley's replaced over 65,000 local roofs. They've mastered the roof replacement process with impeccable, high-quality work. They've seen it all and replaced it all. Schedule your free roof analysis at finleyroofing.com. Roof.
News, weather,
Traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 2 o'clock, I'm Bill Caiaccio with our top local story. It is happening now. Storms roll through Metro Atlanta.
Severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for much of Metro Atlanta as a broken line of strong and potentially severe storms moves through. Very heavy rain, strong wind gusts. Watch for reduced visibility, of course, and standing water on the roads.
Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitt says after the storms move out, we'll see plenty of sun tomorrow. Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast is coming up. There is a ground stop this hour at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. It's in effect for another 30 minutes because of the storms. A new federal list of sanctuary cities includes several Metro Atlanta governments.
The Department of Homeland Security claims a number of counties and cities across the country are not complying with federal immigration agents and are giving, quote, legal protections to undocumented migrants. On that list, DeKalb, Douglas, and Fulton counties, along with the city of Atlanta. The agency says it will notify each local government demanding they revise any policies that don't align with federal immigration laws. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
And we've reached out to those local governments for comment. Happening now, a manhunt for a suspected killer. Chamblee police are searching for a man considered armed and dangerous after another man is shot and killed outside the St. Vincent de Paul Charity on Chamblee-Tucker Road. Captain Jason Wasdorp with Chamblee Police says the suspect hopped on a MARTA train toward Atlanta.
We have partnered with MARTA PD, and they're assisting trying to locate the suspect.
The shooting happened after a fight between the two men. We posted a photo of the suspect at WSBradio.com. Reality TV star Todd Chrisley says he's grateful to be out of prison after he's pardoned for bank and tax fraud.
Todd Chrisley says it was overwhelming to reunite with his wife Julie after full presidential pardons brought them home. Viewers will see that reunion as he says they began filming for a new show the night they got out.
We're blessed to have our family back. And we're blessed to be coming back to television because we do have a much bigger story to tell now than we ever have.
Asked about his youthful appearance despite 2 years in prison camp, Chrisley jokes it's the BOP glow.
I had nothing to do other than to read and to work out.
He says he won't forget the men with whom he served time. Veronica Waters, 95.5 WSB.
A man's arrested on Long Island, New York for sex crimes involving a child in Gwinnett County. New York State Police arrest 41-year-old Oswin Padilla as part of an investigation by the Duluth Police Department. The victim's mother found a number of explicit messages and photos between the two and reported it to police. Padilla told police he used multiple social media accounts to seek out explicit content from minors, even when he knew their age. It is 2:02. This news sponsored by Bread Beckers.
So you're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works, but you want the best. It's Mark Aram here. Modern technology, top-rated physicians. You want something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair's completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to the unmatched results they produce. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, address them all with a simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with experienced pros. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of breakthrough advanced FUE treatments, and get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one else in Atlanta can offer the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. Fix your hair loss today, starting with your free consultation, and you'll also get $500 off if you move forward. Call 470-660-HAIR. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. And don't forget to ask about that Advanced Hair Guarantee, 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Trust is not just a word, it's an experience. When your home needs service, you can trust TE certified electrical, plumbing, heating, and cooling. Hey, it's Chris Chandler. TE is the company I trust to fix any problem once and for all. Their 5-star customer experience means easy online scheduling, friendly technicians, and a lifetime workmanship warranty, so I can just sit back and relax.
TE certified, we love your home.
2:05, Alex Williams in the 24-hour traffic center.
New crash in DeKalb County where it's been raining. I-20 eastbound before Candler Road exit 65. It's blocking the HOV and the right lane. No need for an alternate just yet, but we will keep an eye on it. Earlier stall in DeKalb, I-20 westbound before Wesley Chapel. That's cleared. Lingering delays out of Lithonia starting to improve. Just be cautious. It's raining all over the metro area, so allow extra time on the wet roadways. Right lane crash on Forsyth, 400 northbound before McFarland Parkway. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitt. Strong, potentially severe storms moving through with damaging winds, potential for hail, and even some tornadoes will clear out late this afternoon and evening. Today's high 77. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, breezy, low 59, high 80.
Strong storms right now, but it's clearing to the northwest. 68 in Alpharetta, 69 in East Point, 70 in Villa Rica. More news at 2:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
It's the WSB 5K a day bonus blitz. This hour's keyword is grand.
She thinks I'm grand.
G-R-A-N-D.
That's grand for me.
Go to the WSB Radio app or WSBRadio.com/cash for your chance to win. Again, that keyword is grand. G-R-A-N-D. Join me live at 3 for the Von Hessler Doctrine, and I'll have your next keyword and chance to win at 5.
It is News. Eric Erickson here across the United States of America. Happening right now at the White House. President Donald Trump and Elon Musk are in the White House. They're having a briefing. The president just announcing they are going to make the DOGE cuts permanent. Let's go to the White House and listen in.
Now, we're going to have to remember Elon as we find him, but the numbers could double and triple because many things, we don't want to go out with them until we're sure, but we've found things that are unbelievably stupid and unbelievably bad. With the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon's delivered a colossal change in the old ways of doing business in Washington. DOGE has installed geniuses with an engineering mindset and unbelievably talented people in computers. I actually asked Elon one time, what's their primary thing? And they have a lot of primary things, all having to do with being smart. But he said the thing that they're really the best at is working with computers so that they can't be outsmarted by somebody that's not so honest, that happens to also be good with computers, but not as good as these people. But the mindset in the senior ranks of every federal department, and it's really changed. And with Elon's guidance, they're helping to detect fraud/waste and modernize broken and outdated systems. So as you know, we're talking about various systems and changing systems. And, sadly, it takes a long time to do that. You'll change, let's say, a system at IRS and computerize it properly where the job can be done in 1/10 the time, but it takes sometimes years to rebuild those systems. But we've started, in many cases, I will say that this has less to do with Elon, but the air traffic control systems, we're bidding out to the best companies in the world, those systems right now. They were what the previous administration was horrible what they did. They spent billions and billions of dollars, and in the end, it didn't even come close to working. They tried to hook up wire to copper, and it can't be done. And they just spent billions of dollars and just wasted money. Actually made the system much worse. So we're going to get a brand new modern system. Congress is working with us on that, and we're going to get it done as quickly as we can. But it's in the works, and once it's done, it'll be good for 30 years. But we have a system that's 48 years old and would have a modern computer hooked into a very outdated computer. And they don't hook up. I mean, they didn't hook up. So after spending billions of dollars, they turned on the system. And in never any cases, from local to countrywide, they never worked. More than 75,000 bureaucrats have voluntarily left their taxpayer-funded jobs to come out and really do the job.
Oh, where'd it go? Sorry, the stream is a little unstable here. Let's get back to the White House.
When I left, we had no wars, we had no problems. We defeated ISIS, we rebuilt our military, and we had no inflation. And when I came back, we had a lot of inflation. We had wars all over the place. We had the embarrassment in Afghanistan where we gave up billions and billions of dollars of military equipment, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, I believe. I believe that strongly. We have Russia with Ukraine. We had the attack on Israel in October, the horrible attack, October 7th. Horrible, horrible attack. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And now we have something where we're really healing a lot of that. We stopped India and Pakistan from fighting. I believe that could have turned out into a nuclear disaster. And I want to thank the leaders of India, the leaders of Pakistan, and I want to thank my people also. We talked trade, and we said we can't trade with people that are shooting at each other and potentially using nuclear weapons. And they're great leaders in those countries, and they understood, and they agreed. And that all stopped, and we're stopping others from fighting also, because ultimately we can fight better than anybody. We have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest leaders in the world. We put one of them in charge of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as you know, General Raisin Kane. And we wiped out ISIS, completely wiped out ISIS in 3 weeks. They said it would take 5 years, and we did it in 3 weeks. And that's the way it is, but we don't want to have to use our military. We want to be peace through strength when we can. and that's the way we're going to have it. So I just want to thank Elon and all of his people. Most of those people are staying. Almost all of them are staying, and they're going to be with us. And you're going to see the results coming long into the future. Even a year and 2 years later, you're going to see a lot of the results, and those hundreds of billions of dollars are going to be adding up, and they're going to continue to add. It'll be interesting, really interesting to see what the final number is going to be. But again, Elon gave an incredible service. Nobody like him, and he had to go through the slings and the arrows, which is a shame because he's an incredible patriot. The good news is that 90% of the country knows that, and they appreciate it, and they really appreciate what he did. And I gave him a little special something we have here.
Yep. Sorry, folks. It's the feed from the White House is.
I give it to Elon as a presentation from our country.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elon.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself.
Thank you. This is a lot. The luck on this is amazing.
Large luck.
Well, let me say perhaps a few words. That this is not the end of Doge, but really the beginning.
Cue to the White House.
My time as a special government employee necessarily had to end. It was a limited time thing. It's 134 days, I believe, which ends in a few days. So, that it comes with a time limit. But the Doge team will only grow stronger over time. The Doge influence will only grow stronger. It's I could liken it to sort of Buddhism. It's like a way of life. So it is permeating throughout the government, and I'm confident that over time we'll see $1 trillion of savings and a reduction in $1 trillion of waste and fraud reduction. The calculations of the Doge team thus far, in terms of an FY25 to FY26 delta, are over 160 billion, and that's climbing. We expect that number will probably go over 200 billion soon. So I think the Doge team is doing an incredible job. They're going to continue doing an incredible job, and I'll continue to be visiting here and be a friend and advisor to the president, and I look forward to times being back in this amazing room. By the way, isn't this incredible? Like this incredible. It's stunning. I think the way that the Oval Office, how the president has just completely redone the Oval Office. It's beautiful. I love the gold on the ceiling.
Thank you. It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
That's been there a long time. That was plaster. Nobody ever really saw it. They didn't know the eagle was up there, and we highlighted. It's essentially it's a landmark, a great landmark, and that's 24 karat gold, and everybody loved it, and now they all see it when they come in. So it's been good.
The Oval Office finally has the majesty that it deserves, thanks to the president. So I look forward to continuing to be a friend and advisor to the president, continuing to support the Doge team, and we are relentlessly pursuing $8 trillion in waste and fraud reductions, which will benefit the American taxpayer.
Again, it's the feed from the White House that's coming in a little bit clunky here.
Thank you. Great job.
There you have it. Elon Musk on his way out, as he noted, despite the headlines from so many members of the press that he's being pushed out or whatever. He's not. His time in Washington was always term limited. This was a job in a position established by Barack Obama, approved by Congress. It is called a special government employee. It necessitates that you be done within 134 days, as Musk said. Because he worked weekends, those days counted, which expedited his time in office. And he had to go. He's not being pushed out. He's not being forced out. He's not being isolated from Trump. Frankly, Trump doesn't want to isolate Elon Musk because Elon Musk has promised Trump $100 million in campaign funding over time, and so you don't want to isolate the guy. It's absurd, the things that are being said that simply aren't truthful by an American media, of course, that constantly lectures us on the truthfulness, misinformation, disinformation, and the truth is that Elon Musk was required by virtue of his time in office to leave. Now, they're taking questions. Let's jump back in here to listen to some of this.
Signal of all. They have to do what's right. The country was, there was a lot of dishonesty in the election, as you know, of 2020. That's been now caught. People understand it. It was a rigged election. And when you go further out, when you see the AutoPen, I mean, I think the AutoPen is going to become one of the great scandals of all time, because you have somebody operating it or a number of people operating. Because I knew Joe Biden. Joe Biden was in favor of opening up borders, letting 21 million people into this from prisons and mental institutions and gang members. He wasn't into that at all. And, you know, who signed these orders, proclamations, and all of the different things that he signed that set our country so far back, that was so bad for our country?
With the AutoPen, how would it work? Like, we're in the Oval Office right now. If there was a group of rogue staffers that worked for you who wanted to advance a bill or an executive order without your knowledge, how could they do it? How do they go
It's very
behind
hard,
the
because
president?
I'd read your newspapers or your media the next day, and I'd say, well, I didn't approve that, and I would find it. I mean, they wouldn't get away with it for long, because I'd say, I never signed that. Who the hell signed that? AutoPens, to me, are used to sign letters to people, because we get, I think they said 20,000 letters a week, and you like to be able, when somebody takes the time to write a letter, it's nice to sort of write back. And AutoPens are meant for that. AutoPens are not meant to sign major proclamations or tax cuts or borders, anything having to do with the border, which is so important. And if it happened on my watch, I would be able to see it, because the next day or sooner I'd be reading about something that I knew nothing about, and who the hell signed this? So I almost never used the AutoPen. In fact, yesterday I was signing about 81, I think it was 81.
Oh, come on, White House feed. You would think they would be stable here. But in any event, talking about the AutoPen with Peter Doocy and how that happens. Yeah, feed cut out. It's on my end, actually. It's not on the White House end. But talking about the AutoPen issue, you know, I agree with the president. We do need to find this out. Although I will say as well, with all there's conspiracy theories starting to circulate around, it was Hunter Biden, or it was Jill Biden, or it was somebody, Anthony, what's his name, who worked for Jill Biden. You do understand that if Biden comes out and says, no, it was me, there's no way to debunk that. So I definitely think questions need to be asked, but at the same time, we also need to be realistic. You're not going to undo or unravel the pardons or anything else that happened, because intent actually matters. You know, I actually was a business lawyer, and signature law and corporate transactions and things. There is an entire body of law on governmental signatures and things like that. The president doesn't have to even order that it be signed, as long as you are using his intent. There doesn't have to be an express order from the president. I want you to use the AutoPen for my signature. He just has to say, yes, I want to do this pardon, and you can use the AutoPen for it. That's pretty established case law, and it goes back to the 1500s on the crown authorizing others to affix their seal. So you're not going to undo this stuff. At the same time, there are questions. Who actually was in charge? We know Joe Biden wasn't competent, that maybe from like 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. he was functional, but that doesn't mean he was competent. Who was actually in charge? And yeah, I do think these are answers that need to be asked, or questions that need to be asked and answered. And I do think President Trump is right to say this is a massive scandal, and it's notable how incurious the American press corps is. Elon Musk's, his time is up. The president giving him a honorary key to the White House, which is a rare gift in Washington, to honor his time, making sure people understand that, contrary to press reports, there's not a disruption in that relationship. We'll be back.
Follow Eric on X, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and Rumble. Search EW Erickson.
220 Coolray Carrier, WSB 24-hour traffic center. Still watching this crash in DeKalb County, I-20 eastbound before Candler Road, exit 65. Now down to just right lane block, so bear with the delays there. They held all lanes to get a few cars to the right side. Traveling through downtown, stacked in southbound on 400 out of Buckhead. The delays continue connector southbound to I-20. Traffic brought to you by Mattress Firm. Get matched and sleep at night during Mattress Firm's Upgrade Your Sleep sale. Take 120 nights to love your new bed or your your money back. Restrictions apply. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
It's the WSB 5K a day bonus blitz. This hour's keyword is grand.
She thinks I'm grand.
G-R-A-N-D.
That's grand for me.
Go to the WSB Radio app or WSBradio.com/cash for your chance to win. Again, that keyword is grand. G-R-A-N-D. Join me live at 3 for the Von Haessler Doctrine, and I'll have your next keyword and chance to win at 5.
It's not going away. That spot you're trying to ignore in the ceiling, yep, it was there last week. It was there last month, and it's only going to get worse. Hey, it's Dave Baker, host of the Home Fix-It Show, for my experts at Finley Roofing, the roof guys. Everything you own and love lives under your roof, and it's long overdue to be replaced. So think of Finley first. Now that Finley has 0% financing available, it's even easier to stop procrastinating and get your roof replaced. Finley has installed over 65,000 roofs locally, including mine. They've mastered the roof replacement process with impeccable, high-quality work. Finley's seen it all and replaced it all. That's why Finley stands behind their work with a lifetime warranty on labor and materials at no additional cost. Nobody else does that. So now with 0% financing available, get started today with a Finley Roofing free roof analysis. FinleyRoofing.com. Roof.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Priority Men's Medical Center restores your love life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To restore your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
This is Scott Slade. Nothing takes the place of time when it comes to spotting problems with your health, especially cancer. The earlier, the better. Like me. My doctor saw one lab work number that led to a diagnosis early enough, so I still had options. Now, that's where virtual imaging comes in. They've got the safest CT imaging option in the Southeast with 98% accuracy. Virtual Imaging's LDCT body scan can be invaluable, giving you time and options for early treatment. They can detect tumors as early as precancerous virtually anywhere in your body, and aneurysms you may not even know are there. For a limited time, Virtual Imaging is offering their LDCT body scan for only $995 per scan. That's a $2,495 value. Now, appointments must be scheduled in May. There are a limited number of scans available at this price, so a few minimum requirements may apply. Don't put this off. I've done it. Call 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-SCAN. Or make an appointment by visiting their website at virtualimagingatl.com.
It's time to celebrate you at Pike Nurseries. Now through Sunday, June 1st, don't miss our Customer Appreciation Sale. Brighten your garden with blooming annuals, petunias, marigolds, begonias, and more. Just $1.29 each. Plus, save on garden favorites like lush hostas, encore azaleas, graceful Japanese maples, and so much more. There's never been a better time to shop Pike Nurseries, your neighborhood garden center. Have fun playing in the dirt and let Pike Nurseries take the guesswork out of gardening.
Skip the hassle of constant cleaning and sell your home stress-free with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Hi, this is Mark Spain. With a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can sell your home stress-free, make the most money, and move on your timeline. One of our clients, Tyra, said, "Thanks to Mark Spain Real Estate, our home had several cash offers within 24 hours of it being on the market, and we closed in less than a month." Find out what your guaranteed offer would be and close in as little as 21 days. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com. And start packing.
WSB Atlanta, WSB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
877-973-7425 if you wish to be on the program. One of the hallmarks of Marxism is that if you can control language, you can control reality. It is why, for example, the left rapidly moved from homeless person to unhoused to minimize what was going on. And it was just, if you put someone in a house, suddenly everything would be fine. Homelessness had developed a definition that went beyond not having a home. So it was just unhoused. You need a house. And that would fix the problem. Or birthing person to get rid of moms and make moms irrelevant, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Just you need it. It's a birthing person. It is a quintessential part of Marxism, particularly in a postmodern era. You redo language. You change the definitions of words. You control what words are used. Sadly, there are Marxists on the right as well who are embracing the tactic of the left. And there's a new talking point developing among these, I would call them woke right. They're embracing wokeism themselves for their own advantage. And they're insisting a tariff is not a tax. And because a tariff is not a tax, it is not in Article 1, Section 8, and Congress has nothing to do with tariffs. And so the president can, in fact, impose tariffs without any congressional controls. This is a lie. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 1, the Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises. Taxes, duties, imposts, and excises. What is a tariff? A tariff is a duty. A duty is a form of tax. Duties are treated separate from general taxes because taxes apply to people and obligations of people. Duties apply to products. A tariff is a duty because it's applied to a product, but it is a form of a tax. A tax is revenue paid to the government. The fact that there are people on the right who are trying to rewrite language should tell you they're dabbling in Marxism, and you should be very careful of the people who engage in the left's practices. You don't win against the left by becoming the left. Now, you would learn this if you took classes from Hillsdale College, including their great one on capitalism that explains these sorts of things. You go to ericforhillsdale.com today, ERICK, ericforhillsdale.com. You can sign up and take one of 40 classes from Hillsdale College. They got one on the Exodus story, one on Genesis. They've got one on capitalism. There's one on basic economics. There's one on the founding of the country, of the Constitutional Convention, Athens and Sparta, the Roman Republic, the rise of the Roman Empire, C.S. Lewis, Shakespeare. I mean, you name it, literature, English language, philosophy, political science, history, math, chemistry, economics. The topics are plentiful. Surely there is some topic you are interested in, and you want to find out more about that topic. You want to expand your horizons with education, not indoctrination. That's where Hillsdale College comes in. You go to ericforhillsdale.com, ERICK. You sign up today, ericforhillsdale.com. No charge from Hillsdale. Improve your mind. Get a certificate of completion from Hillsdale College. It's worth it. When we come back, a brief defense of the Federalist Society.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's news and talk.
At 2:30, I'm Bill Caiaccio with our top local story. Chamblee police released new information on the suspect they're looking for in a deadly shooting today outside the St. Vincent de Paul Charity on Chamblee Tucker Road. He's identified now as 31-year-old Jeremiah Clanton and is considered armed and dangerous. Captain Jason Wasdorf with the Chamblee Police Department says there was a fight prior to the shooting.
Surveillance video depicted the victim and the suspect in a physical altercation before the shooting.
They believe Clanton may have hopped on a MARTA train toward Atlanta after the shooting. We posted his photo at WSBradio.com, and if you see him, call 911. The heavy rain pushing through metro Atlanta at this hour.
Very heavy rain, strong wind gusts. Watch for reduced visibility, of course, and standing water on the roads. The potential for damaging winds down trees and power lines.
Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitt says a severe thunderstorm watch is in effect. All of the rain now pushing off to the south and east of Atlanta. An explosive situation is averted in Douglas County after a tanker truck carrying ammonium nitrate tips over on Wilson Road. Douglas County Fire Chief Miles Allen says they initially evacuated more than 40 homes in the surrounding area because the chemical is highly explosive.
The potential of it being major was great. We were pretty fortunate.
They were able to remove the vehicle from the scene, and residents are now back in their homes. Several metro Atlanta counties and cities are named in a new Department of Homeland Security list of so-called sanctuary cities. The announcement from the federal agency names the DeKalb, Douglas, and Fulton counties, along with the city of Atlanta. The agency says those jurisdictions are protecting undocumented migrants. We've reached out to those governments for a response. It is now 2:32.
For many of you, it's happening. Your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing, and maybe hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. Well, I got good news. It's Advanced Hair's incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's Mark Aaron back with you. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what about regrowing your hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to their world-class physicians, it's not maybe your hair will regrow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and I've seen their results, friends. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 470-660-HAIR. That's 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Attention men, are you suffering from ED or PE? Here's an important message from Choice Men's Health.
I'm Dr. Katz, and I'm the Chief Medical Director at Choice Men's Health. Are you performing the way you want to in the bedroom? If the answer is no, and you've tried Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra and were disappointed, then you need to come see us immediately. If you don't see results on the first visit, then there's no charge. Many of our patients have medical conditions such as diabetes, hypertension, obesity, and prostate problems. I'm happy to say that we have 98% success rate with all our patients. Our customized solutions will allow you to perform within 10 minutes and last an hour and even longer. You can regain your love life and tackle your ED and PE problems. Guys, your partner will never complain again. Our clinic has the most affordable prices, so if you visit other clinics and you're not completely satisfied, then you need to call Choice Men's Health.
Regain your love life regardless of your age or medical history. Choice Men's Health guarantees results on your first visit or you pay nothing. Call now, 404-400-1170. That's 404-400-1170.
Back by popular demand, D. Geller & Son Jewelers Watches and Whiskey event is June 13th through 15th. Only at D. Geller & Son Jewelers, where we're celebrating summer and Father's Day by bringing in an incredible variety of new and pre-owned luxury Swiss timepieces. Fan favorites like Tissot and Omega, showstoppers like Rolex and Breitling, and while you're browsing, enjoy complimentary whiskey tastings thanks to Old Fourth Distillery. June 13th through 15th, learn more at dgeller.com.
At 2:34, Alex Williams in the traffic center.
Busy Friday out on the roadways, Bill. Crash still in the right lane, 20 eastbound before Candler Road. Downtown, it is jam-packed in both directions. 75 to 85 northbound slows from University Avenue up into Midtown. Southbound delays from the 85-400 merge down to I-20. Just found a new crash on Camp Creek Parkway heading to the airport eastbound at Old Fairburn Road. That blocks the left lane. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitt. Strong to potentially severe storms this afternoon. Clearing out late today. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, breezy, high 80.
71 in Ackworth, 69 in Snellville, 73 in Fairburn. More news at 3 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
He's got the courage to tell you the truth, even when it isn't popular. You're listening to The Eric Erickson Show.
Greetings, welcome. Open Line Friday, 877-973-7425, should you wish to be on the program. Last night, Donald Trump went on a Truth Social tirade about the Federalist Society. And I don't know that was well advised for the president to do. Let me read you some of what the president said. The U.S. Court of International Trade incredibly ruled against the United States of America on desperately needed tariffs, but fortunately the full 11-judge panel of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit Court has just stayed the order by the Manhattan-based Court of International Trade. Where do these initial 3 judges come from? How is it possible for them to have potentially done such damage to the United States of America? It is purely a hatred of Trump. Is it purely a hatred of Trump? What other reason could it be? I was new to Washington, and it was suggested that I use the Federalist Society as a recommending source on judges. I did so openly and freely, but then realized that they were under the thumb of a real sleazebag named Leonard Leo, a bad person who, in his own way, probably hates America and obviously has his own separate ambitions. He openly brags how he controls judges and even justices of the United States Supreme Court. I hope that is not so and don't believe it is. In any event, Leo left the Federalist Society to do his own thing. I am so disappointed in the Federalist Society because of the bad advice they gave me on numerous judicial nominations. This is something that cannot be forgotten. With all of that being said, I'm very proud of our many picks, but very disappointed in others. They always must do what's right for the country. Now, I want to tell you the God's honest truth here, even though some of you don't want to acknowledge the truth. The two of the 3 judges on the 3-court Court of Trade panel were Republican appointees, one by Ronald Reagan, one by Donald Trump. The third was a Barack Obama appointee. None of the 3 judges, you should note, none of the 3 judges were members of the Federalist Society. In fact, Donald Trump is kind of scapegoating the Federalist Society for his own unwillingness to listen on one of those 3 judges. Donald Trump appointed a man named Tim Rife to be on the Court of Trade. Tim Rife was one of the 3 judges who sided against Donald Trump. Tim Rife was not a Republican, and he was not a member of the Federalist Society. Tim Rife was actually the ranking Democratic staffer on the Ways and Means Committee. That's right. Tim Rife, who ruled against Donald Trump on tariffs, was actually a Democrat, not a member of the Federalist Society. He certainly participated in Federalist Society events in the last several years since he's been on the Court of Trade, but he wasn't a Federalist Society member to begin with. In fact, the Federalist Society urged not to pick Tim Rife and push the president in a different direction. But Robert Lighthizer, who was the president's trade representative at the time, pushed Trump on Tim Rife, and he went with Lighthizer, not Leonard Leo. That's the history. That is the truth. Now, I realize that there are people who don't want to believe that truth because it's inconvenient to their thinking and their processes, but the Federalist Society was not involved with Tim Rife, and if anything, Leonard Leo advised against Rife, but Robert Lighthizer, who was the trade representative, pushed him, and Democrats did as well. And Donald Trump decided to make friends with everybody, put a Democratic staffer on the Court of Trade, and that guy ruled against him. The Republican appointee who also ruled against him was also not a member of the Federalist Society. That's just history. That's truth. Truth is truth. It can't be your truth or my truth. It is the truth. But what did Leonard Leo, who led the Federalist Society for a very long time, actually do? Leonard Leo got a Supreme Court of the United States that affirmed gun rights for individual Americans. Leonard Leo's Supreme Court picks helped overturn Roe v. Wade, including Amy Coney Barrett, who Trump administration supporters regularly vilify now. Amy Coney Barrett sided with Donald Trump on his immunity decision. Amy Coney Barrett sided with Donald Trump's position on Roe v. Wade. Amy Coney Barrett has sided with the Trump administration on Second Amendment issues. Amy Coney Barrett overturned affirmative action along with John Roberts. In fact, John Roberts wrote that decision. John Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett and the Federalist Society members on the Supreme Court actually advanced religious liberty in this country. They've gotten rid of Chevron deference, deferring to unelected bureaucrats who wanted to obstruct Donald Trump. To attack the Federalist Society and Leonard Leo is to cut off your nose to spite your face, because it was Federalist Society members who gave Donald Trump all these wins. And today, what did Federalist Society members on the United States Supreme Court do? They told Donald Trump he can begin the deportation of over 500,000 people. He's looking for a bad guy here. To vilify Federalist Society judges is wrong. And let the record show, John Roberts was not the guy the Federalist Society wanted, contrary to the mythology being pushed out there. How did you get John Roberts? It's because George W. Bush wanted Harriet Miers for the United States Supreme Court to replace Sandra Day O'Connor. And what George W. Bush did was he advanced John Roberts after Harriet Miers fell. And then William Rehnquist died in the process. William Rehnquist was the Chief Justice. So he moved John Roberts to the position of William Rehnquist, and he argued at the time with the filibuster in place, he would be able to advance the Federalist Society's pick named Sam Alito, who you might have heard of, in one spot, and he would elevate John Roberts in the Chief Justice's spot. And John Roberts was perceived as being an easier pick to get through a Senate with a filibuster to replace the Chief Justice. That's the history. Had nothing to do with the Federalist Society. The Federalist Society pick was Sam Alito, and he was able to get on because John Roberts was advanced for William Rehnquist. You can go back to the history books. You don't have to believe me, but I was there. I was actually involved undermining Harriet Miers. The Federalist Society also did advance Amy Coney Barrett, but it was senators more than the Federalist Society who gave their blessing. Why? Because Ruth Bader Ginsburg died at the end of Donald Trump's term in office, and they needed someone who would be an easy confirmation, who they knew would side with the right in most cases, and she was Antonin Scalia's favorite Supreme Court clerk. Ben Sasse vouched for her at the time. I believe Mitt Romney vouched for her at the time. Mitch McConnell vouched for her at the time. John Thune vouched for her at the time. Lisa Murkowski vouched for her at the time. Susan Collins vouched for her at the time. Jeff Flake vouched for her at the time. All these votes that Donald Trump needed for an easy Senate confirmation he got with Amy Coney Barrett. Had he not put up Amy Coney Barrett, there might not have been a seat to be filled, and Joe Biden would have filled the seat. That's the history of Amy Coney Barrett. It's not that long ago. You know I'm not making it up. But what did the Federalist Society advance? The Federalist Society advanced a bunch of circuit court judges that moved the circuit courts to the right. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals used to be the laughing stock of the nation. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals now has almost parity Republicans and Democrats. And what happened? It was actually the Republicans picked by the Federalist Society who moved that court further to the right. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals now entirely dominated by Federalist Society picks, and the Fifth Circuit is the circuit court that everybody cheers on. Jim Ho. I know James Ho. He's a just judge on the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. He is the gold standard Federalist Society pick, and he's the guy who has routinely chided the current U.S. Supreme Court for being too cautious. To make the Federalist Society the boogeyman for judges, you know, there have been 2 times that presidents of the United States have specifically ignored Leonard Leo and the Federalist Society in the last 30, 40 years. There have been 2 times that Republican presidents have ignored Leonard Leo. The first time was a guy you've probably heard of. His name was David Souter. John Sununu, who was the chief of staff to the White House to President George H.W. Bush, insisted David Souter could get through the Senate and would be a conservative. And the Federalist Society told George H.W. Bush, no, not that guy. And what did George H.W. Bush do? He told the Federalist Society to go F itself. He said he was going to listen to John Sununu. And George H.W. Bush put David Souter on the Supreme Court, who promptly became one of the most reliably progressive votes on the Supreme Court. And the Federalist Society tried to fight against David Souter. The second was, as I mentioned, John Roberts. The Federalist Society was advancing Leonard Leo. But George W. Bush was advised that it would be a heavy lift to get Sam Alito in the Chief Justice spot. He needed someone perceived as more reasonable but good on abortion. And he sided with John Roberts, whose wife is a pro-life activist. John Roberts was known to be pro-life, and he got John Roberts on the Supreme Court. And what did John Roberts do on the Supreme Court? John Roberts steered the Heller case to Antonin Scalia, who affirmed the Second Amendment as an individual right. John Roberts steered major religious liberty cases to Clarence Thomas, who affirmed that Catholics could not be persecuted by Democratic politicians. John Roberts' Supreme Court, remember, protected Hobby Lobby and Conestoga Wagon from Obamacare and protected Little Sisters of the Poor. John Roberts' Supreme Court is not perfect. There are no perfect people, and there aren't going to be perfect judges. Antonin Scalia has disappointed conservatives on religious liberty. Clarence Thomas, Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, they've all at one point or another sided with the left on the court in ways that sometimes disappointed conservatives. But you got rid of Chevron deference. You blocked Joe Biden's student loan forgiveness plan. You protected religious liberty. You protected the Second Amendment. You got rid of affirmative action. You overturned Roe v. Wade. You got the president immunity. All of these came from the Supreme Court that was helped shape by Leonard Leo and the Federalist Society. To attack them is not good behavior from the president. For the president's team, including Stephen Miller, to come out today and say, we're no longer listening to the Federalist Society, who are you going to listen to? Are you going to listen to your version of John Sununu and we're going to wind up with a David Souter? Are you going to listen to your version of Andy Card and we're going to wind up with a John Roberts? The Federalist Society isn't perfect. No one is. We're all sinners. We all fall short. We all make mistakes. The Federalist Society does too. But the Federalist Society is a more reliable indicator of whether someone's going to be with the president or not. I talked to a federal judge earlier today who's a friend of mine. He has 9 out of 9 cases before him that involve the Trump administration sided with the Trump administration. He says he's more of a Leonard Leo guy than a Donald Trump guy, and he wouldn't be in a position to have sided with Donald Trump's administration 100% of the time had Leonard Leo not advanced his nomination. This is a guy whose nomination Leonard Leo advanced. He sided with Donald Trump 100% of the time. He's a Federalist Society member. Would you rather Donald Trump have gone with someone else in that seat? Someone who wasn't reliable, someone who didn't have the Federalist Society? I don't understand this idea that because a guy, the Federalist Society, told Donald Trump not to put on the Court of Trade, ruled against him, the Federalist Society is the bad guy. What did he want the Federalist Society to do? Be secret assassins and take the guy out so there was no way he could be on the court? What did he want the Federalist Society to do? Guys, come on. These judges, once they get on courts, have lifetime tenures. You can't control them when they're there. Once they're there, what's his name? Who was it? Was it Eisenhower or I forget who put Earl Warren on the court? Who lived to regret it? Guys, you can't control the judges once they get lifetime appointments. But if you want to do the best vetting, go with the Federalist Society. Don't make the Federalist Society the enemy here. They have delivered the Trump administration win after win after win after win after win. But no president's going to win 100% of the time in the courts. They're just not. They should probably recognize that their best vetting comes with that. And remember, history has shown with Republican presidents, when you ignore the Federalist Society and Leonard Leo's picks, you wind up getting the terrible squishes. And Donald Trump should learn that because he ignored the Federalist Society on Tim Rife. And he went with a Democratic staffer who his internal staff said would actually give him what he wanted. And that guy yesterday killed Trump's tariffs. That's the honest-to-God history here. The Federalist Society was not with Tim Rife. Donald Trump went with Tim Rife, and now he's making the Federalist Society the bad guy for Tim Rife, who was not a Federalist Society member. It makes no sense. You know what else doesn't make any sense? Basel III. I don't get it, but Basel III banking rules are going to affect July 1st, and they're going to reshape global finance. For decades, gold has been treated as a second-class collateral, allowing banks to flood the market with paper gold. Paper gold are essentially certificates claiming you own gold, and they're leveraged 100 to 1, and that's going to end with Basel III. Under the new rules, only physical, fully allocated gold is going to qualify as Tier 1 collateral, on par with cash. Paper gold's got to be backed by at least 85% real metal now. There's a problem. Most of it's not. Central banks aren't waiting. They're quietly stockpiling physical gold. They have been for months. Have you seen the price of gold go up? That's what's happening. At July 6th and 7th, the BRIC nations are gathering. Over 40 countries working to ditch the U.S. dollar and settle trade with gold. So you need to act now to think about this. Call my friends at Swiss America, trusted leader in precious metals for over 40 years in this country. Find out how to protect your savings with real physical gold before the Basel III banking rules take effect. Call or text 800-289-2646. That's 800-289-2646, 800-289-2646. Make sure to tell them I sent you. Say Eric Erickson sent me. You can even just text my name, Eric, to 800-289-2646. Message and data rates apply.
You're at the intersection of politics, news, culture, and current events. It's the Erick Erickson Show.
251 Cool-Ray Carrier, WSB 24-hour traffic center. Left lane crash where we also have some standing water in DeKalb. 285 northbound, the outer loop past Church Street, exit 40, some delays there. And a new crash, second left lane, 285 northbound, the inner loop on the west side, Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, exit 9, slowing before Cascade Road. Traffic brought to you by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage for a limited time. Go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
Listening to 95.5 WSB pays.
No way!
The WSB 5K a day bonus
That
blitz.
is awesome.
5 chances a day to win $5,000.
Download the WSB app. Your next chance to win is coming up at 5 p.m.
Oh my God.
From 95.5 WSB.
Hi, I'm Glenn Burns. As a meteorologist for over 40 years, I've seen how weather impacts our homes. That's why I chose windows that withstand our weather extremes and keep my family comfortable. I picked North Georgia replacement windows for my home, and I recommend them for yours. Their Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows are beautiful, and they're energy efficient. Plus, I know my windows will stay tight and true no matter the forecast.
Infinity from Marvin, replacement windows, yeah!
Hope. It's more than a word. It's a breakthrough in the making. At City of Hope, we're pushing the boundaries of science, targeting cancer at the molecular level, with teams of experts working together to personalize a treatment plan right down to your DNA with unprecedented speed, making every second count, with appointments in as little as 24 hours. City of Hope, advancing cancer care at life-saving speed. Learn more at cityofhope.org.
It's time to celebrate you at Pike Nurseries. Now through Sunday, June 1st, don't miss our Customer Appreciation Sale. Brighten your garden with blooming annuals, petunias, marigolds, begonias, and more. Just $1.29 each. Plus, save on garden favorites like lush hostas, encore azaleas, graceful Japanese maples, and so much more. There's never been a better time to shop Pike Nurseries, your neighborhood garden center. Have fun playing in the dirt and let Pike Nurseries take the guesswork out of gardening.
At Shane Company, we've been engagement ring experts for almost 100 years. We have the largest selection of diamonds and gemstones in stock. You don't have to wait to compare them side by side. Find the one that speaks to you at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Preparing to sell your home can be costly and time-consuming. Skip the hassles of a traditional home sale and sell your home stress-free with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk. All the information without the spin. It's the Erick Erickson Show.
Welcome. It is Erick Erickson here. The phone number is, well, it's too late. I got one more call, and I want to take Cheryl's phone call here. Welcome to the show, Cheryl. How are you?
I am great, and I know you are too.
Yes,
I've been a listener for a long time. I have learned so much from you, and I'm usually in the background here pumping my fist in just joy with so many things that you say and the information that you give. And then when I heard that your birthday is the same as mine, I just had to wish you happy birthday.
Well, thank you. Happy birthday to you. Yep, Tuesday comes up. I can't believe I'm like at the half-century mark. I'm actually finally do feel old and may have to fire Philip out of spite.
No. And I've got 16 years on you. No, actually 26 years on you.
Oh, wow.
So if that makes you feel any better.
Yeah, look, there you go. So, yeah, look, I really do appreciate it. I've even hesitated to say 50 because, so I'll be real honest. And Cheryl, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it and hope you have a great weekend. I'm trying to continue to grow my show. We've hit 70 stations now. I'd like to get to 100 this year, and I'd really like to get to 600 stations total by the time I retire in 30 years from now. But also, I'm like, I'm hitting 50. Are there going to be stations we're not going to put this guy on the radio? He's only got 20 years left, 30 years left. I don't know. But boy, I've been real blessed to get where I am, and I want to keep growing the show across the nation. And we do run into the impediment of the number of people who say, "Well, you're not Trump friendly enough." I mean, I listen. I don't want to hump his leg, and there's so much radio out there where it's just leg humping Trump. And what happens when he goes away? The man's term limited. He's going to go away in 4 years, and I've been consistently conservative. I've spent much of today praising him. There are times that I criticize him. It's trying to thread the needle in this environment where you got to be all things to all people, and people only want to hear what affirms their belief as to what's true. It's a wild time, but I think I'm probably better cut out for it than most. To just tell you what's actually going on in the world and cover the news on a daily basis instead of just throwing chum in the water and it's all us versus them. Because, if you're not willing to hold your own side accountable, eventually the voters are going to hold your side accountable. It's a lesson I've learned over time. So I'm here to have fun, keep people entertained, and I appreciate the kind words, Cheryl, and all the rest of you. I'm looking forward to this event at the Fox in July. Trying to get people there to all the stuff I'm not allowed to. I can't say these stories on radio. One, my parents would probably be horrified if they heard some of them because they listen, and also some of them do have language you can't say on radio. It's going to be a fun time. So I appreciate it. Yes, Tuesday is my 50th birthday. You guys, I hope, have a great weekend. I got some friends coming into town to help me celebrate this weekend. And I will talk to you on Monday across the United States. It's wild to be from Alaska to Florida now on this show. Thanks for listening. Have a great weekend.
WSB consumer expert Clark Howard.
So if you are a shopper at what I've been calling $1.25 tree, well, get ready. Because of inflation and the impact of tariffs, Dollar Tree is going to sliding scale pricing that generally is going to be $1.50 to, get this, $7 apparently. Think about that. Dollar Tree used to be the old reliable. Forever, from its actual naming as Dollar Tree, everything in the store was $1 or less. And then they let it float to $1.25, and now floating way on up. So when you used to go into Dollar Tree, you'd go in, you'd pick up an item, and just in your mind, you knew how many items, how many dollars. Not anymore. Pay close attention to what the item is actually costing you. It'll say on the shelf. I'm Clark Howard.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
At 3 o'clock, I'm Bill Caiaccio with our top local story. A man is dead. Another is on the run this hour after a shooting outside a charity in Chamblee. At this hour, there is a manhunt for 31-year-old Jeremiah Clanton.
Police believe the suspect is armed and dangerous. He and another man were outside the St. Vincent de Paul charity on Chamblee-Tucker Road.
Surveillance video depicted the victim and the suspect in a physical altercation before the shooting occurred.
Captain Jason Wasdorp with Chamblee Police says the victim died from a gunshot gunshot wound to the chest. They believe the shooter then fled on foot to the nearby Chamblee MARTA station, catching a southbound train into Atlanta. If you see this man, do not approach. Just call 911. Graham Carroll, 95.5 WSB.
And we have posted the suspect's picture at WSBradio.com. 73 degrees in Atlanta. Heavy rain continues this hour south and east of Atlanta, pouring right now along I-20 in Newton County. Meteorologist Christina Edwards, our Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz has Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. Several local governments are called out by federal officials claiming they are protecting undocumented migrants.
The Department of Homeland Security calls DeKalb, Douglas, and Fulton counties and the city of Atlanta sanctuary jurisdictions in a new listing. It claims these local governments are harboring undocumented migrants and aren't complying with federal immigration agents. The agency says it will notify each jurisdiction and demand each immediately review their policies and make any changes to align with federal immigration laws. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
We have reached out to those governments named in the report for comment. Todd Chrisley speaks publicly for the first time today since he was released from prison after his presidential pardon.
I want to thank first and foremost my Lord and Savior, because that's who got me through it. I want to thank President Trump. I want to thank the administration. I want to thank Alice Johnson. I want to thank every person that has prayed for us.
Todd and Julie Chrisley, the stars of Chrisley Knows Best, are back home in Tennessee after serving time behind bars for conspiring to defraud banks and the IRS in a case out of Atlanta. New recommendations on who should get a COVID shot. WSB health reporter Sabrina Cupid says the Atlanta-based CDC is out with an update today.
The CDC now says that children can get the COVID-19 vaccine, but the decision should be made after talking to a doctor, or what they call shared clinical decision making. CDC saying if a parent chooses to get their child vaccinated, children 6 months and older can get the vaccine. The agency still broadly recommends COVID-19 vaccines for moderately or severely immunocompromised children, in addition to most adults for now.
A new government report uncovers nearly 85 sudden infant deaths in Georgia linked to nursing pillows. Dr. Bridget Hamilton at Emory says the pillows are meant to be used to help with breastfeeding.
So some common brands that people may be familiar with are the Boppy pillow or the Frida-Mom pillow. There's many more brands than that, but those are the most common ones.
She says they are great for breastfeeding, but when they are used in sleep environments, they can be deadly. The once booming Cobb Galleria specialty shops will close for the final time this weekend after nearly 45 years in business. It is the end of an era as the complex prepares for a major redevelopment and expansion later this fall. It is now 3:03. The Von Haessler Doctrine begins in less than 2 minutes. Right now, live team coverage of traffic and weather. Triple Team Traffic begins with Alex Williams.
Travel advisory, West Side Interloop crash in 3 left lanes. 285 northbound, the Interloop Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, exit 9, jammed up from Langford Parkway. If you head up through downtown as an alternate, that's slow as well. 7585 northbound, leaving Langford Parkway up past I-20. Crash still in the left lane, 285 northbound, the Interloop Church Street, exit 40, where we've had some flooding in that left lane. And traffic lights malfunctioning, Holcomb Bridge Road at Spalding Drive in Gwinnett County. Treat that as a 4-way stop. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. Clearing and drying in the hours ahead. After the storms, we'll have a return of some sunshine for Saturday. Mostly sunny, breezy, low 59, high 80.
As we check out Storm Tracker radar right now, all the storms now are to the south and east of Atlanta. Right now, some heavy rain along I-20 in Newton County. Also some heavy rain south of the perimeter. It is 70 degrees in Woodstock, 72 in Brookhaven, 73 in Riverdale. More news at 3:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
These people just make noise and basically waste our time.
Dear members of the media and the public, I welcome you.
Live from the heart of Atlanta, Georgia, and beyond, Hour 1 of the Von Haessler Doctrine begins right now. I am your lovable, huggable radio chat host, Eric Von Haessler. The other voices you hear are the Doctrinaires. Man of 1,000 voices, Tim Andrews. Lady of 184.7 characters, Autumn Fisher. The man behind the glass, George Clark. And the handsomest producer in all of producery, Jared Yamamoto, out again. But he'll be with us next week. I have to say before we get started today, nothing against nuns. Nothing against Brazil. But if I see one more story about the beatboxing nuns from Brazil, I'm.
You didn't enjoy that one that looked like a nut dancing?
I enjoy it. You know what? If it was something that, if I knew somebody who knew them, right?
Yeah.
And was says, hell, you wouldn't believe, this lady's so wonderful. You got to see this thing. And it was just a friend showing me something that they had seen. I would find it to be somewhat delightful. But I don't like the way that things just sort of pick up for 72 hours. And that's the delightful thing.
I'm curious how you saw it without being on social media.
I have on news aggregators.
Okay.
I have to come up with stories for. I know that and she went like she got me. But to me, I turned it around. I think it's pretty funny that you guys don't think it's possible to know what's going on in the world without being on social media.
Well, that wasn't my point of view. I mean, that's where people are bombarding you with it,
right? Yeah.
On social media.
Well, it's all over
now.
the news aggregators
yeah, okay.
as well. The Google News and Drudge. Yeah, I think you'll find it on Drudge, maybe not.
U.S. World Report or whatever.
Yes, the last couple of days it's been in the Google News, and other things, and I see it come up on my YouTube thing. Is like, okay, it's enough already. Just something. It's not delightful if half the people in the world are delighting over it. Is it like a delightful thing? Is like, I don't want to go too far. It's not ruining my day or anything. I just,
yeah.
He opened up going after those beatboxing nuns in Brazil. What's wrong with this? No, it's not them. It's not this particular thing. It's just that it's going to last 72 hours. And I can go to sleep, and then you idiots on social media will have another thing for us next to it. Oh, it's so wonderful. And the kid, the dog, knew that the child was allergic to hot dogs and jumped up and knocked the hot dog right out of the kid's hand. Oh, for 72 hours. We're all delighted.
Well, you're going to have to get through the meme storm.
I made that one
first.
up. I made that one up.
Oh, man.
You missed that.
You're going to have to get through the meme storm with the nuns because there'll be stitches and things like that.
Yeah, and
That's
people.
crazy. It came up for me once, and I was like, okay. And then I moved on. I didn't know that it was like becoming popular to talk about.
Oh, I don't know if it's becoming popular to talk about, but it's in too many.
It's a whole thing.
It's a whole thing, but it'll be gone. It'll be gone by the end of this weekend, I imagine.
Yeah,
Replaced
for me, it was
by
never really there.
Something,
even though I'm on it.
I've avoided it completely. I'm not even.
You're not even aware of the beatboxing nuns.
No, there's another Brazilian story that's.
Yeah, there is another Brazilian story that.
Nuns?
No.
Beatboxing?
This is a thing where
They're
George
actually
is,
boxing.
George is actually trying to kind of push me here. He knows that, and I do believe this, and what I know about this story, it doesn't shake the foundation of my belief that Glenn Greenwald is the best objective journalist about things going on in the world. He'll defend certain policies. He's just one of these people. Before we get to the embarrassing stuff, he's just one of the very few people left in any kind of journalistic role that has principles that he then applies to all politicians and anyone he covers. And the principles are way more than the individual. So he may have said, I like this guy or whatever, but as soon as the person does something against his principles, he never covers it. And everyone else has a narrative. We know the media, by and large, they all have their favorites, the people they want to win, whatever. And I like Glenn Greenwald because he has favorite ideas, and that's what he is. And I'm aware of his, he's a gay man who's adopted a couple kids. His husband, unfortunately, got sick a few years ago and died. But I guess a sex tape has made its way to. Now, what happened? Was it put on his Twitter/X?
Yeah, it was retweeted by his.
Why
account.
do we keep saying Twitter? It's been years now.
Well, it's formerly known as Twitter.
That's what
Didn't they change it back to Twitter?
Yeah, it seems like. Yeah, I mean, it really is. Like at this point, it's just X. The Twitter thing is not coming back, and the people who love Twitter are on Blue Sky, right? I mean, it's X. So. Yeah. Was it from his X account?
So his account retweeted it and then quickly deleted it, but it obviously, while it was out.
So somebody else, posted it.
Correct.
Somebody else posted it initially, and then his site, his X, reposted it. Reposted it. Follow me here.
Right.
And then immediately was taken down. Now, why would that happen? Why would he repost something like that?
maybe it was a mistake or he got hacked. I mean,
does that, first of all, let's stop here. Okay, now, do these accounts actually get hacked? Remember, like Anthony Weiner said his account was hacked. Like, is it? I know that everything is hackable, but does it happen in reality quite a bit that people get into other people's X accounts and then are able to then post as them?
Usually, you've got to fall for some sort of little scam where you accidentally give your password or your email or something like that. But I mean, it's.
So it is a possibility that on the dark web, whatever the hell that is, you could buy information that would have someone's X username and password, and then you could get in there that way, I guess.
Possibly.
I think sometimes somebody could just be looking through that stuff and then accidentally hit the button to repost it, maybe?
Yeah.
Like, is it that difficult? Like, how many steps does it take to repost something?
Yeah. Well, you guys, as you pointed out, you're the social media.
I know. I'm not on X, though. I'm only on TikTok.
Oh, because your favorite, you like the other oligarch.
Yes.
Sure.
Who's TikTok? Who owns? Oh, no, that's the Chinese firm.
Yeah.
Or actually,
ByteDance, right?
ByteDance, right. So it's not one of our oligarchs.
Yeah.
So it's okay. She loves the commies.
Yeah.
You can tell her. She loves that. She wants to go live in China.
She's got a Mao coat.
I think so. Yeah. She's dancing. All right. So I'm dancing around this because I find it to be uncomfortable. So he obviously at some point with a lover, something was videoed.
Yeah, he's wearing a skirt.
Yeah, I know, dude. Yeah, Autumn's gonna love it.
Kinky, and he likes to be humiliated a little bit.
Okay, all right. And so here's the thing, and nothing that seems to be illegal. Although you told me that some people think that they see a meth pipe in the background.
Right. That's the only.
Which
illegal.
could belong to the other person he's with. I don't know. Is he appear to be in his own home, or people don't know?
It's hard to tell. I've never been to his
Poppers
house.
are dangerous. Meth is less dangerous.
Is it? So, I mean, in that sense, I would be worried for him if he's. I don't know how he would be able to do the analysis he does on meth, but I don't know. Perhaps. This is just a very embarrassing thing for him. Yeah. And here's the difference. George Clark tried to show me, and I was like, no, I don't want to. Like, there's no. I mean, it doesn't matter who a person is. You can find. Now, listen, I would say don't video. Kids, just don't ever record yourselves doing anything like that. It's not like the old days with Polaroids. We're far from that. And it's just too easy. I mean, you start with this, and you're recording digitally, and you're going to be surprised years later when that makes its way to the I mean, when the internet first started, you had to take pictures of your Polaroids, a digital picture of the Polaroid, and then figure out how do I connect this to my computer? You know, at this point now, you're just recording with your phone, your sex, and you're halfway to the internet when you do that. So the thing to learn here is just don't do that, or get a Polaroid camera and do it the old-fashioned way. Couples used to keep their Polaroids in a shoebox sometimes underneath their beds.
That's right. Or in a false bottom drawer in their dresser.
Yeah, and I don't know what couples did with this. Like, hey, let's look at folder. Why wouldn't you just do it?
Weird.
Why don't you just do it again? Like, hey, remember that last week? That was a great session. Let's take a look at that.
Access to this already. So
exactly. I just wanted to give my boyfriend something to use against me if we ever broke up.
Yeah, I just want to look like I'm going to be shown this to like a detective in a murder case, because that's what they always look like.
Exactly. Yeah, it always looks like some sort of serial killer movie kind of vibe.
Yeah.
So
the video is quite interesting, but his response is interesting too. He said, though we do not know exactly who is responsible, we are close to knowing, and the motive was a maliciously political one.
Well, of course, with him, it's going to be political. He's made an awful lot of enemies, and that's what happens when you tell the truth. But the point I want to say is, this is going to be embarrassing, but we all could have been recorded in certain situations that if it hit the internet would be embarrassing. I mean, I'm just not going to hold that against him. My first questions were, "Oh my God, what did they find?"
It
things
wasn't anything
evil. Yeah, you hit me with his computer, and I'm like, "Oh no, what am I going to find out that this person is just completely opposite of what I thought?" But no, it's just any of us having sex is going to look
Awful.
Unless both people are like 22 and gorgeous. You know, there's a time in life where you won't look awful and ridiculous. And I don't. So the difference is, I did not want to watch it. George walks, hey, you want to see it? I'm like,
Yeah,
no,
he asked me, and I said no, and then I look at my phone, and he texts it, so I watch it. I'm
I already have a vague picture now in my mind of Glenn Greenwald doing these things. But if I have an actual, then every single time I see the person for a good while, it's going to be there. It's going to be there.
The reaction on X is who cares? There's a meme going around from a lot of people that says marked safe from caring about Glenn Greenwald's sex life.
What does that mean?
That is a meme based on Facebook. People are, I'm safe.
You know, like if there's a natural disaster, if there's like
yeah, so people are saying
hurricane.
They don't care. Who cares?
Well, I know.
Like marked safe.
I got it. So, yeah, I think that's the natural response. So long we didn't find out anything illegal. Apparently, maybe a meth pipe. Who knows? That's got nothing to do with me. I'd be worried about him.
And it looks clean, so, you know, maybe just unused meth pipe.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Maybe he just bought
like
it.
Cleanly.
Yeah, maybe he just brought it to his whoever the person was he was with who enjoys a good new meth pipe and as a gift. As a gift. So, but here's the thing, man. If you're going to speak out against authority as often as he does, don't record yourself having sex because the authorities are going to find you. And I'm not saying that this was definitely an intelligence agency, but I guarantee you as somebody who did not like him politically, I would think. Yeah, assuming that he didn't just accidentally, but you're saying on his, it was a repost.
Correct.
So how do they?
I'm not sure the exact origin. You know, it's murky with these online stuff. But he did retweet it and then deleted it at some point.
Reposted it. Will you please? Now,
I think we should just all stop saying X and just call it Twitter.
No,
and call it tweets.
No,
and just like whatever. I'm gonna do whatever I want.
No, let's not do that.
I called Max HBO the entire time. I never called it Max, and now it's HBO
Well, it's come
again.
back to you, but this is not possibly coming back to you. This
it
is
could.
Not,
I don't care. You know what I mean, don't you?
I know what you mean, but at some
then.
point, somebody who's, I don't know, 17 or 18 isn't going to know. I don't know.
Why would I be talking to them?
Why? Well, that's a good point. That's a good point. I avoid young people like the plague.
There you go. So if I say it to people who are peers, they're going to know.
I won't even look a young lady in the eye anymore. Not going to do it. Unless I know them. But if it's anybody that I don't know.
You have like nieces.
Yeah, well, my
Aaron,
nieces.
Please look at me.
No, I will look at my nieces in the eye. I've known them since they were born. But just walking around, just see, a young girl, 22, 23. I will not make eye contact.
Hi, little missy.
I am the same way now with young women as I am with homeless people when I'm walking downtown. No eye contact. Just keep on walking, pretend you didn't see them. So you're right. I would. Why would you be speaking to a young person? Very, very good question.
I'm cool.
All right, so what I'll say about that is I still think it's a very embarrassing thing. What is he dressed up like?
He has one of those mesh shirts on that hooks around the neck.
What do you mean, like
I gotta check this out.
What do you mean,
like a halter top-ish type of thing, but it's fishnet.
Is this just seem recent or from a long time ago?
He
or?
looks about his age. It's not
Okay,
like
because he did have his husband died like a year and a half or 2 years ago.
It seems recent.
What's his name again?
Glenn Greenwald, somebody that everyone should be interested in because of his reporting, and now for the first time, Autumn's like, oh, this Glenn Greenwald.
Well, maybe it'll bring more people to his journalism. I mean, that's how you do.
Yeah, I guess so.
He broke the Snowden stories.
He broke he was the person who broke the Edward Snowden story. So, all right.
Yeah.
There we go. And that's there. And I'm not going to look at it, but I'm still going to say I think he's the best reporter out there because he's married to ideas and ideals, not to individual politicians. And so what? He's married to those ideals in a half mesh shirt. We all do it whichever way we can. Why don't we go ahead and get the word of the day out of the way because it's Friday and I am not going to be here next week. Although the band is still going to be together.
Sure we are.
Plenty of guitar solos, drum solos.
Mm-hmm.
I believe Autumn just picks all the topics on Tuesday.
She does. It's Autumn.
Yep.
It's Taco Tuesday.
That's right.
Are you not able to find the word of the day, George Clark? I'm going to tell Jared. You know what? When Jared comes back, I am going to tell Jared that you did not have the word of the day ready when I called for it. Word of the day.
Oh, George got a lot going on.
Chronotype or chronotype or chronotype.
Did you get all that?
Chronotype.
Chronotype.
I gravitated toward the different ors. They actually have different or. You'd think that in a computer they'd have the same one, but
Or.
That's number one.
Or.
All right.
Chronotype.
Autumn.
Or.
Your head is it's in the sewer as usual. Autumn Fisher.
Well, I am trying to look up this video, so.
It shouldn't be that hard. You know what?
Too bad you don't have X.
Apparently, George Clark can send it. See, now you wish you had X, don't you?
I have an account. I just don't ever do it. I'm never on it.
Yeah.
I don't log on ever.
You don't log on?
Yeah, will you send it to me, Tim?
You didn't log on? Or you don't log on?
I'll text
I
it
don't
to
log
you.
on.
Chronotype. CHR.
Chronotype.
Hey. CHR. No one's going to usurp me today. I'm going to have controls. And when I say hey, that means hey.
Yo.
Chronotype. CHRONOTYPE. It's a noun. And it's the tendency to be naturally more active or wakeful at a particular period of the day. Varies in different humans by individual and stage of life, and sometimes linked to other behaviors or to personality type. And here's an example, not an example sentence, but an example of what it means. Typical office schedules cater to those with a morning chronotype, but some workers may be most productive in the late afternoon. Okay. And that is your word of the day. I'm a little confused as to whether if I could ask Autumn, what's your chronotype? Or if you can only use the word in the sense of the chronotype of person that is most awake at this time of day. You see what I'm saying? Like, because the word
is it an adjective or
it's just a noun. It's just
a noun.
Yeah, so you can't. You're right. It's
okay.
It's weird because you think you'd go, hey, Autumn, what kind of chronotype are you? Given the word, but I guess you're right. You wouldn't be able to do it that way.
Chronotype.
I was thinking about or
chronotype.
Or
chronotype.
Okay.
You got
I was thinking about like birds.
What's that?
I was just thinking about birds.
Yeah. Hey, it's a Friday.
Their chronotype is to be more active in the morning.
But see, yes, I guess if you're talking about a collection.
What about owls? They're very, very active.
All right, I'm not getting into each
bird.
That's
the evening. So that's what their chronotype
That's
is.
their chronotype.
Okay.
But I think you use it that way. I kind of feel like I'm getting it wrong, but that's okay.
I think you should know if you're going to present the word of the day. You
won't be
confident in what it means.
I should, but I've been watching those
evening chronotype, morning chronotype.
Watching those boxing nuns in Brazil so much. It's taking up a lot of my time.
That's a different thing.
All right, so
punching for Christ.
I was just watching Elon Musk in the White House. He's standing there. I don't know why they always do this in the Oval Office. Anyways, it's goodbye Elon because it's the end of his time with Doge. And they had an event, an availability, and Elon, I'm getting a little tired of the performative from everybody. I'm getting tired of the performative politics from everybody. But okay, Elon, it's your role. It's Oval Office. You stand to the right while the president is sitting. Wear all black. Hey, that black MAGA hat. I'm just so kind of tired
Dark
and
MAGA.
over the whole performative. Really everything now, but especially in politics, everybody's performing. The people on top are performing. The people who are being screwed are performing. Everybody's performing. And Elon shows up. Well, here's my role. Did you go to Casting Central? Hey, before you go to the Oval Office, here's your black pants. Here's your black. And by the way, I think if I was the richest person in the world, I wouldn't wear funny T-shirts. I don't know. I feel like
I wouldn't wear anything.
The wacky T-shirt.
You don't like his Doge father T-shirt?
Yeah, no. I just.
Is that what it says?
Yeah, I think so.
That's like something that you buy on your way out of Myrtle Beach because you want to bring grandma something home. I wouldn't wear novelty T-shirts if I was the richest person in the world.
That's his brand.
But when he's standing there, and when he's talking, he's doing his Elon thing. But then there's periods where Trump will talk for like 5 minutes. And then the whole K-hole thing starts happening. He cannot stand there. He puts his hands together and then he starts rolling his head around and pivoting. And then he starts it looks like he's yawning, but he's not. It's like, I've never seen somebody so interested in ceilings before. Who looks up?
Is it K-hole or is he bored? Or is he bored?
I think
he does because he
on the
microdoses
spectrum.
K.
Yeah.
he does microdose. I don't know that he microdoses before he goes in the Oval Office. And he has said that he is somewhere on the spectrum. I think he's a little bit, I think he just gets antsy. And also, I think he's kind of used to being the center of attention in every single room he's in. Although he's in rooms with some pretty, he wasn't the center of attention when he was in the room with the Saudi prince and Trump. But I mean, he's in some pretty heavy-duty rooms, and he's usually part of the center of attention, at the very least. And I think he just doesn't, I think he's a little uncomfortable in his own skin. I read a story today about during the campaign, a lot of people were worried about how much drugs he was doing. Like he was jumping around on stage and all that, and that he was telling people that he was doing ketamine prescription, which would mean a prescription of ketamine, I guess, for depression. He described it as like once or twice every 2 weeks. But people around him in the campaign were like, he's taking a lot more than that.
Do you take a full dose, or is it microdosing? Because
I don't know.
I imagine it would mess you up if you were taking that.
It'll be like a prescription, so you would decide
So
per
probably was
person.
supposed to be done like therapeutically.
Yeah.
Right?
I'll just take one more.
Supposedly it makes you incontinent if you do it too much.
Oh, yeah, well, that's another thing. He started complaining to people about he didn't have bladder control anymore during the campaign.
Cool. Okay.
So,
Elon, wear a diaper. It works for me.
Wait, is that true? Or
Yeah, he was, according to the story, it was a
wow.
Wall Street Journal story, that people from the campaign were saying that he was complaining about bladder trouble, and then everyone knew he was on like ketamine, and it's a known thing that if you do too much ketamine, you lose control of your bladder.
Oh, boy.
Which, he had a lot in common with Joe Biden. So whoever you vote for, you're going to get somebody. In politics in America, no matter which side you vote for, you're going to get some incontinence, some bad bladder control, and some diaper wearing in the next administration. It just happens.
Strange bedfellows.
Yep. With diapers.
I love my home, and now I found a company that loves it as much as I do. TE Certified Electrical Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. It's Chris Chandler here. These folks have done work in my home, and boy, it didn't take long to realize I could trust their expertise, their attention to detail, and what I think you'll find, just as I did, an amazing level of service. TE Certified has more than 20,000 five-star reviews, and it's been serving Atlanta for decades.
TE Certified, we love your home. I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We are here with CFP Matthew Decker of the Vincent Financial Group and host of Retire ATL. And Matt, you've said that income is the outcome that matters the most in retirement. But what income streams require the most attention?
Yeah, so if you've got a pension or if you're living off of Social Security, you kind of know those income streams show up in your mailbox. That's mailbox money. It's almost like you're still working, and it doesn't really require that much attention. But most people that come into the office today, they are having to use their 401ks, their IRAs, SEP Simples, 403bs that are invested in the market to generate income. And anytime you're going to use a market-linked asset where you have to go in and decide when you're going to buy and sell to generate your income, it takes a ton more effort, energy, and attention to get that piece of the puzzle right. But it doesn't actually have to be that way.
So, Matt, the number one fear of adults in retirement is outliving their money. How do we get started building income today?
Well, you can get started today. You'd call us for a no-cost, no-obligation retirement roadmap. We want to build a GPS for you that's going to help navigate retirement, and it's going to have a focus on building and preserving income. 770-280-1488. We've got a representative standing by to talk to you right now, 770-280-1488. Our home office is in downtown Woodstock, but we are available across the metro Atlanta area to meet with you at a time and place that fits your schedule. Again, 770-280-1488 or online at retireatlradio.com.
The team at Vincent Financial Group want to help preserve your assets while building retirement income that lasts as long as you do. Call today for your complimentary retirement roadmap, 770-280-1488. And you can always get more at retireatlradio.com and join us for Retire ATL Sundays at 6 p.m. right here on WSB.
Investment advisory products and services made available through Impact Partnership Wealth, LLC, IPW, a registered investment advisor. Neither the firm nor its agents or representatives may give tax or legal advice. Individuals should consult with a qualified professional for guidance before making any purchasing decisions.
Coming up from the Atlanta Symphony Orchestra, a Delta Classical concert featuring the season finale of the ASO's 80th season. Mahler's Symphony No. 7, June 5th and 7th at Symphony Hall. Details at aso.org.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
Traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 3:30, I'm Bill Caiaccio. News sponsored by Vincent Financial. Our top local story: Chamblee police searching for an armed and dangerous man who shot and killed another man outside the Vincent DePaul Charity on Chamblee Tucker Road. The suspect, identified as 31-year-old Jeremiah Clanton. Captain Jason Wasdorp with Chamblee police says a fight between the two ended with the victim shot in the chest and the shooter running from the scene.
We believe the suspect went to the Chamblee MARTA station and hopped on a train southbound into Atlanta.
We posted a photo of the suspect at WSBRadio.com, and if you see him, call 911. A potentially explosive situation in Douglas County is safely resolved after dozens of residents have to evacuate.
A tanker truck carrying highly explosive ammonium nitrate was driving down Wilson Road on the south end of the county when it tipped over into a ditch. Douglas County Fire Chief Miles Allen says this was an extremely dangerous situation.
Once we realized the material that was on the vehicle, we immediately isolated denied entry. We evacuated upwards of 40 to 50 homes.
There was no leak, but they had to remove the blasting caps, which are used to cause an explosion. The scene's been cleared and residents are allowed back home. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
President Trump thanks Elon Musk for his service as his 150-day assignment as a special government employee comes to an end today.
Today it's about a man named Elon, and he's one of the greatest business leaders and innovators the world has ever produced. He stepped forward to put his very great talents into the service of our nation, and we appreciate it.
Trump praises Musk for his efforts to cut government spending through his work with DOGE. The Postal Service is out with its annual dog bite report, and Georgia ranks in the top 25 for states with the most dog bites at more than 100.
In terms of Atlanta, there are only 2 bites reported, along with 8 other cities, including Alpharetta, Marietta, and Forsyth.
Tiffany Rowlands with the U.S. Postal Service says overall 6,000 mail carriers were bitten by a dog. California has the most. It is now 3:32. Time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. In the 24-hour traffic center, it's Alex Williams.
And Bill, now that the rain has moved out, we're trying to dry out. They just cleared a crash from the left lane on 285 northbound, the outer loop into Cabot on Church Street, where we did have some earlier flooding. All lanes are back open there. Crash 285 northbound, the inner loop, Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, exit number 9. That is still hanging out in a right lane, keeping you slow back toward Langford Parkway. And we had a travel advisory in Fairburn that is also cleared up. Good news there. 85 northbound, Highway 74, Sonoya Road, exit 61. All lanes are open. If you're coming up through Henry County out of Locust Grove, 75 northbound, just on and off the brakes the whole way north of Bill Gardner Parkway. Not going to break free till you get up to Jodico Road, exit 222. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. Improving conditions in the hours ahead as the storms move away. The clouds will break up. Sunshine returns for Saturday. Breezy as well. Low 59, high 80.
And right now, Storm Tracker radar shows all the rain to the south and east of Atlanta. 72 in Lawrenceville, 74 in Cartersville, and 75 in Hampton. More news at 4 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Why are John Foy and Associates known for their responsiveness?
When you are injured on the job, it affects every aspect of your life. I understand that it's not only your ability to earn income which is affected, but also your ability to live your day-to-day life and be there for your family. It's therefore important to me to not only have a passion for the law, but to have a passion for the people and the families I fight for. This belief is a belief I hold dear and a belief I have built my firm on.
Injured? Call attorney John Foy and Associates today.
If I said to focus your energy, where would you start?
Let's say you run a business, a school campus, a hospital, or a government facility. Finding ways to save can be overwhelming, but Georgia Power has energy efficiency tips and rebates to help. Things like improving lighting with LEDs, making HVAC upgrades, adding building controls, and more. Look, you've got a business to run and numbers to hit. Georgia Power can help you focus your energy where it matters most. Learn more at georgiapower.com/biz.
City of Hope, a place where seemingly impossible blood cancers become treatable, curable. With more than 19,000 bone marrow transplants performed, we're the largest and most successful program in the U.S., making major breakthroughs in treating leukemia, lymphoma, and rare blood cancers, personalizing a treatment plan right down to your DNA. Now the experts striving to make the impossible a reality are closer to home. Learn more at cityofhope.org.
Don't get fooled by window fiction.
It's Ted and Jonathan from North Georgia Replacement Windows. Now they're calling it vinyl composite, but no matter how they say it, vinyl windows are still bulky, cheap, and plastic.
Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows are beautiful, not big and bulky like vinyl composite windows.
Experience the fiberglass difference at your home or in our new Alpharetta showroom. 0% interest available.
Infinity from Marvin Replacement Windows, yeah!
Just talking about Elon Musk and the Oval Office. This is the last day. We talked about it yesterday, the silliness of the press trying to act like, Trump hates him now, he's getting rid of him. He said something about the big, beautiful bill. And in reality, he had to be done by the end of May, or else he goes into a different employee thing where I haven't really looked at all. I don't know. He may have to be.
You have to be confirmed by the Senate.
Does he have to be confirmed? Is it a cabinet post? I think that's probably what would happen. I'm not saying it definitely because I've not looked into it. But his status as an employee, he couldn't be that kind of employee that he was. And he can leave now for a while. I guess he has to leave for 3 or 6 months or something, and then he could come back. He could do it again. But this was always the plan. So now, did Trump call this event today to try to close that idea, put some resolution there and say, no, we're still friends, because the press was running with the idea they're not friends? Either way, you've got Elon Musk, and, he comes in. First of all, the richest person in the world, who very much helped Trump get elected with like $240 million pushed into the campaign late. Now, you got to remember, Kamala had $2 billion, so money in and of itself doesn't necessarily do it, but he was certainly very helpful in the end. But being the richest person in the world, and then you got to kind of kiss somebody else's behind in public. And I find if you go to number 5, just walking into the Oval Office, and this is the first thing that you're talking about.
The president has just completely redone the Oval Office. It's beautiful. I love the gold on the ceiling.
Thank you. It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
That's been there a long time. That was plaster. Nobody ever really saw it. They didn't know the eagle was up there, and we highlighted. It's essentially it's a landmark, a great landmark, and that's 24 karat gold, and everybody loved it, and now they all see it when they come in. So it's been good.
The Oval Office finally has the majesty that it deserves, thanks to the president.
That's what people want to hear. Worried about a king. Majesty. That's the kind of word that you want to hear when the main criticism is that you're acting like a king. But Elon goes there and kisses the ring. Also, Trump has this thing about gold, right? I love gold. Do you call it an apartment even in Trump Tower?
Condo.
It's full of gold.
Yes.
Full of gold. Gold. Mar-a-Lago apparently is. Yeah, penthouse. Mar-a-Lago is apparently gold everywhere. And I think Trump said a few weeks ago, and this is probably true, that a lot of the stuff in the White House has been gold trimmed, or it's painted with stuff that supposedly has some gold flecks in it or whatever. And he said, well, they just haven't gotten it down. It just doesn't look good. You gotta have gold.
Yeah, get the whole thing covered.
You gotta have gold.
They love
you
gold.
don't. You don't need to have gold.
Well, white gold.
What do you want your White House to look like a shambles? What do you want, a shack up there? What do you want?
If they were doing everything else that they were trying to do, then I'd say, okay, I guess there's time enough to decorate. But
well, that's a good.
There's other things they could be focusing on.
Well, you think this guy's not focusing on enough? There's like 17 things a day we find out that have never been done before.
Yeah, like bringing back Alcatraz. Great idea.
Yeah, where's that standing? That's just like that was just a fever dream.
I just threw it out there. See what happens.
So
See
much
who bites.
Turns out it would cost so much money. And also, I think that he, like most of us, have like this movie idea of Alcatraz. And then you look at it, it's like they can only hold 250 prisoners at a time. It's like,
So you're going to spend like $3 million or more?
the worst of the
$300 million?
worst. They're going to send the worst of the worst there. Like, he has a plan to send Dr. Jill Biden there.
Don't we have an island?
Try
we
to
can just put 'em
swim
on?
away.
Yeah.
We just take Epstein's Island.
Yeah,
We'll
well.
take that, turn it into a prison.
Sure.
It's cursed.
I mean, it was a prison for some.
The weird Phoenician castle on top.
I've never even looked. I've never even seen it.
You've never seen that building on top?
No,
that
I have no
goes to
idea what the
torture
property.
room?
I have no idea. This is odd. I'll just go to this one. This is the last one. I turned it up just a moment before we went on because Elon was in the Oval Office doing his thing, and this is the part that I jumped in just for a few minutes, and this is what I caught. Now, you know that Elon Musk thinks everybody's supposed to have a bunch of babies, and he has 14 apparently that we know about. Yikes. And there's only like 6 or 7 baby mamas in there. And so the one he's apparently, and this has got Grimes upset, is the one he's focused on is this X, the first one he had with Grimes, the one you saw in the Oval Office a few months ago. And so he was asked a question. He had a cut on his eye, kind of a bruised, puffed up area of his eye. And he was asked a question about what happened to his eye. Now, I guess I can agree that maybe we need to have more kids because it's not good for a society to suddenly just go down in population like that over generations. But you also have to be good parents. And there's plenty of things about this guy that I don't see him being a great parent. And this added to that.
So, I was just messing around with Lil X, and I said, go ahead, punch me in the face, and he did. Turns out even a 5-year-old punching you in the face actually does.
That was X that did that?
Yeah.
X could do it. If you knew X,
I saw his mom right now. But I didn't really feel much at the time, and then I guess it bruises up. But I just messing around with the kids.
I didn't
basically.
notice it, actually.
What?
Well, the last time he was here, he picked up a boulder and threw it out into the rose garden.
What kind of parent, when your kid's going through the punching, kicking, biting phases, hey, yeah, go ahead.
He might not be. He
Go
just
ahead.
told him to do it.
Punch me.
He just told him to do
It
it.
sounds like they're messing around, and the kid's like, I'm going to punch you. I'm going to punch you. Go ahead. Punch me in the face.
So go ahead and hit me with that axe.
You know, I was going to say
Eugene.
he loves the letter X, and that's why he has so many X's.
X's. Ah, there you go. Although, there is an E in front of that kind of X. Why did I bring that up? Because I'm an idiot. That's why. I get your joke.
Okay, thanks.
You know, a lot of times you will correct.
Oh, I'll mess your joke up.
Yes, you
plenty,
correct
so.
my punchlines.
Oh, sure. So you can do it to me.
But that's not right because we're doing this for the audience. It's not about us, right? It's not about us. It's not a fight, a war between us. We're here to help the audience through this commute, for heaven's sakes, on a day like this. Where I don't know what it's like in Baltimore where you are, but it's been raining cats and dogs in Atlanta.
Every day.
My goodness gracious.
Well, we get it the day after. So any news, weather, traffic I hear. from
Really? It comes
WSB,
to you
I
one
expect
day
it-
later.
Yeah, so the weather for sure does.
Well, not always. Some of your stuff will come out of, like, say, the Northwest and out of
Sure.
Canada and then kind of roll up and hit you that way.
Well,
It just
Alberta
typically
Clipper.
will happen. I'll hear that it's raining there and it's crazy, and then
Yeah.
the next day it's raining here and it's crazy.
I don't know what that means, Alberta Clipper.
Means it comes out of Alberta.
Oh, I thought
It
it
means
was
a
a
clipper.
ship. Like a clipper ship.
It's just a fast-moving front or low. Fast-moving low.
Okay. Well, that happens to us all, doesn't it?
Mhm.
A fast-moving low.
Usually
you think you're
mine
in
last a while.
You think you're in a good mood? No, I
Yeah.
mean the way they hit you.
Oh, yeah.
Everything's so wonderful. It'll happen to me sometimes on the same evening. Like, I'll start the evening thinking, man, I feel great. I did all the things, all the stupid things I'm supposed to do. I made that appointment. I went to that thing. I met that person. I did everything. And then, I feel great. I got everything. And then like 2 hours later, I'll just remember something I did 4 years ago that's embarrassing. And then, I'm a piece of garbage.
I'm a loser.
Piece of Am I alone? Nobody else does
No,
this?
that happens to everybody.
Automax,
I
like,
don't do it.
You don't do it? You're Miss Therapy. Come on.
Yeah, but she doesn't care about stuff that embarrassed her in the past because she moves
Yeah.
past it.
Well, it could be like something that I did that I know that I was wrong, or that I treated somebody in a bad way.
I've done enough work to let myself be proud of myself.
But you're not proud of
to
the
allow
things.
myself to give myself praise.
Sure, and I believe in that too. I believe that you have to let yourself off the hook, because if you don't let yourself off the hook, you're not going to let others off the hook. You're generally not going to. So I believe that.
But you're saying like you'll be having a good time.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, I feel so proud of myself, and then you're like, nope, don't get too comfortable.
Don't get too comfortable, pal. You know who you really are. Well,
Right,
I think
and
as you get older,
that's
there's more runway to look back on. There's more things to go through, to deconstruct. And then, sometimes I'll go right back. It'll be a complete loop in one evening where I go through that whole thing and I go, yeah, but I'm not a serial killer. There's a lot worse than me.
Extremes. You have to run
It pays to have the WSB radio app. Download it today and get ready for the Blitz.
Oh my God.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz. 5 chances a day to win $5,000.
It's the Blitz.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
Your next chance to win is coming up at 5 p.m.
Oh, that's cool.
From 95.5 WSB.
Download the WSB radio app now.
Breda Pest Management is the best when it comes to beating bugs, keeping out the critters, and protecting your home from termites. In fact, Breda's been protecting local homes inside and out for over 50 years. Hey, it's Dave Baker. You know when you're really good at something if you've been around for half a century. Here's what 50 years of Breda's expertise means to me. I don't lose sleep worrying about bugs and critters because Breda has perfected protecting my home. They're still family owned and operated. They care about you and they care about our community because it's their community too. No matter the season, no matter what type of bug or critter, Breda's got your back, protecting the inside and outside of your home. Here's to another 50 years of bug-beaten, termite tossing, critter kicking inside and out of your home protection from Breda. Get started at BREDAPest.com.
Breda, no need to be afraid of bugs.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is Scott Slade. Nothing takes the place of time when it comes to spotting problems with your health, especially cancer. The earlier, the better. Like me. My doctor saw one lab work number that led to a diagnosis early enough, so I still had options. Now, that's where virtual imaging comes in. They've got the safest CT imaging option in the Southeast with 98% accuracy. Virtual Imaging's LDCT body scan can be invaluable, giving you time and options for early treatment. They can detect tumors as early as precancerous virtually anywhere in your body, and aneurysms you may not even know are there. For a limited time, Virtual Imaging is offering their LDCT body scan for only $995 per scan. That's a $2,495 value. Now, appointments must be scheduled in May. There are a limited number of scans available at this price, so a few minimum requirements may apply. Don't put this off. I've done it. Call 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-SCAN. Or make an appointment by visiting their website at virtualimagingatl.com.
Metallica in the round. The M72 World Tour continues. Live from the 50-yard line of Mercedes-Benz Stadium. One night only. June 3rd. Metallica. Special guests, those Cowboys from Hell, Pantera. Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? And Suicidal Tendencies. Tickets on sale now. Available at Ticketmaster.com. Metallica in the rounds. The M72 World Tour continues. Presented by In Kind.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But D.C. politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
You know, the next time we have Bill Crane on, I'm going to have to ask this question because I've been assuming that Brian Kemp is not going to run for president in 28. But I'm beginning to wonder now because he's not going to run for Senate in 26. Is that in 26 with Ossoff?
Yeah, next year.
And he's starting to, he's still doing a lot of stuff that, why would you be doing things like this if you didn't have future plans? This I found interesting. He was a guest speaker at the Wall Street Journal's Future of Everything event. I didn't know you were such a futurist, Brian Kemp.
I've been a futurist for quite some time, Scott. You know what I was thinking the other day?
I'm Eric.
Erickson?
No, the other Eric.
Well, Eric, whatever Eric you are, the other day I was thinking about this. I said, one day we're going to have food that cooks itself.
Wait, so these are your predictions? Are you becoming an actual futurist? Are you predicting the things in the future? Or
these things are within reach. If we all work together, we'll have shoes that tie their own laces themselves.
So you want things, you seem to want the future to provide where inanimate objects do the things that need to be done.
Things that need to be done.
Food makes itself. That's a generalized kind of.
Well, and then we're going to have Star Trek-like replicators that turn your own waste into a yummy key lime pie with just a flick of a switch.
Right, Kemp, I had no idea. Now I understand why you're at the Wall Street Journal Future of Everything.
And someday you'll be able to go to a bowling alley where they don't have pin setters and they have automatic resetters. You'll be able to.
I think we already, yeah.
Oh, they already got that? I haven't bowled in about 30 years.
Maybe about 40 years you haven't bowled?
Maybe.
All right, let's do this. Or not. We don't have to. Listen, I'm not a dictator. I'm not.
Buzz? Tell me what's happening.
I'm not somebody who is. There we go.
What's the buzz? Tell me what's happening. What's the buzz? Tell me what's happening. What's the buzz? Tell me what's happening.
Come on, Jared, tell me what's happening.
Jared's not here.
But she said Jared.
I know that she said Jared, but Jared is on vacation. And so that means if we care about what the buzz is, and if we want to know what's happening, we're going to have to be able to pivot a little bit, adjust.
He's one of those guys that doesn't check his email all the time when he's on vacation.
Jared?
Yeah.
Are you emailing him a lot while he's on vacation?
I've sent him a couple of emails.
Well, why are you emailing a guy who's on vacation? Leave him alone. He's on vacation. Do I bother
you?
you?
To reply.
I answer mine when I'm on vacation.
I don't. I don't know.
No, you shouldn't.
Yeah, I
yes,
mean,
you should.
Call it a vacation. Well, it depends.
Should always be working.
Look, you can. Yes. Well, there's. You don't want to be stubborn to the point of idiocy, but for the most part, when you're on a vacation, probably you should avoid the emails. Doesn't mean there couldn't be an emergency situation from some of your responsibilities at work or friends.
Sure.
But for the most part, what are you bothering him? What is it you want to know from him?
Well, we were talking about Monday's show.
Oh, because I'm not going to be here.
Exactly.
So you guys.
I'll look at it over the weekend.
That's my impression of Jared. All right, George Clark. What is the buzz? What is a happening?
Sydney Sweeney launches soap made with her used bath water.
Where do you get it?
I don't know. What is it? It's actually, I read this thing, and it's kind of obviously, I'm not saying anything you don't know. It's soap that's already being made. Otherwise, it's a known soap company that I think is kind of boutique. And this is a way for them to get a little more press. Because they're only, at first, you have to win some sort of contest to get some of this. And then they're only going to make 500 bars or something and put it out there.
5,000.
5,000.
It's a lot of baths.
No, she took one bath. See, that's the thing, is she went in, she took one bath. And I'm not even sure, as I read this, a bath to me, I'm not being creepy old man here because it's Sydney Sweeney. I'm just saying a bath to me isn't a bath if you have any stitch of clothing on. And so I was reading this. I'm not so sure because I think they filmed it and everything for,
Oh yeah, then how's
So I
how's
think
that?
that she has like a bikini on or something.
The whole
She
point
got
is that
bath.
it gets all in the
Yeah, that's right. Is it not the point? Of course, yes, absolutely.
Oh, it's this Dr. Squatch company that's putting this out.
Is that a?
Yes.
Is that a millennial?
It's a newer type of soap and shampoo. I bought their shampoo the other day.
How was the shampoo? Was it good?
Not very sudsy, which I guess means it's good.
Yeah, that means it doesn't have parabens or something.
I think. Did it have any parts of any water or disgusting parts from anybody? Any icons that you worship?
I think Liam Neeson.
Yeah. Just a
From
little
his toilet.
a little bit of his toilet water.
Yeah.
My
toilet water. It's my toilet water's for sale.
Yeah, I have certain skills.
My toilet has a certain set of skills that most toilets don't have.
So yeah, basically she takes one bath, they turn it into a thing. I'm convinced she had something on.
It smells like morning wood.
Is that what that says?
That's what the ad says.
Oh, well, look at that. They're really pushing it. They're really... Remember when advertising was clever?
Yeah.
Yeah, those days are gone.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
It's time to celebrate you at Pike Nurseries. Now through Sunday, June 1st, don't miss our Customer Appreciation Sale. Brighten your garden with blooming annuals, petunias, marigolds, begonias, and more. Just $1.29 each. Plus, save on garden favorites like lush hostas, encore azaleas, graceful Japanese maples, and so much more. There's never been a better time to shop Pike Nurseries, your neighborhood garden center. Have fun playing in the dirt and let Pike Nurseries take the guesswork out of gardening.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Priority Men's Medical Center restores your love life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To restore your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
Looking for the perfect restaurant in Midtown Atlanta? Hey, it's Belinda. Saints and Council in Colony Square is my favorite. From sunrise to date night, wake up with fresh, locally inspired breakfast or linger over a laid-back brunch on their beautiful outdoor patio. Planning a night downtown or at the Fox or Symphony Hall? It's just a short stroll away. Saints and Council delivers unforgettable dining every time. Visit Saints and Council to book your table today.
WSB Atlanta, WSB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
Passion. It's the difference between getting it done and being exceptional. For your home's exterior renovation, hire a company passionate about your project. Trust the Plus. Painting Plus.
Hi, I'm Charlie. My passion for high-quality remodeling began when I started my business at just 15. Now we have grown to the Plus family of businesses. If you hear the Plus, it's us.
If your home's exterior has it, the Plus can improve it. Painting Plus. Siding, gutters, windows, decks, porches, roofing, and more. Trust the Plus. PaintingPlus.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan.
Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 4 o'clock, I'm Bill Caiaccio. News sponsored by Hoffman Financial Group. Our top local story, armed and dangerous. That's how police describe 31-year-old Jeremiah Clanton, the man they're looking for in a deadly shooting in Chamblee.
Police were called to the St. Vincent de Paul Charity on Chamblee Tucker Road after reports of a shooting.
When the officers arrived, they have rendered aid. The DeKalb County Fire Rescue transported the victim to the hospital, where he subsequently passed away.
Captain Jason Wasdorp with Chamblee Police says surveillance cameras captured the suspect arguing with the victim before the shooting. It is believed the shooter then fled on foot to the nearby MARTA station and took a southbound train towards Atlanta. If you see this man, call 911. Graham Carroll, 95.5 WSB.
And we have pictures of that suspect posted at WSBRadio.com. It is 72 degrees in Atlanta. The heavy rain moves out, and will it be a nice weekend? Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz has Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. Saturday marks the end of an era for the Cobb Galleria. Here's a report all new at 4 o'clock.
The Galleria's specialty shops will close after more than 40 years. It's all part of a grand expansion and overhaul of the complex. Tijuana Faison, owner of Design Phase Boutique, has been here for 18 years and says business has slowed.
So it's been highs and lows over the years. And of course, COVID didn't help. So there's been a struggle through these past, 5 years. It's been really a struggle.
She says she's working to find a place to store all of her merchandise and plans to move things online for the time being. In Cobb County, Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
A new federal list of sanctuary cities includes several metro Atlanta governments.
The Department of Homeland Security claims a number of counties and cities across the country are not complying with federal immigration agents and are giving, quote, legal protections to undocumented migrants. On that list, DeKalb, Douglas, and Fulton counties, along with the city of Atlanta. The agency says it will notify each local government demanding they revise any policies that don't align with federal immigration laws. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
We have reached out to those local governments for comment. A man's arrested on Long Island, New York for sex crimes involving a child in Gwinnett County. New York State Police arrest 41-year-old Oswin Padilla as part of an investigation by the Duluth Police Department. The victim's mother found a number of explicit messages and photos between the two and reported it to police. Padilla told police he used multiple social media accounts to seek out explicit content from minors, even when he knew their age. He is awaiting extradition to Georgia. Reality TV star Todd Chrisley says he is blessed to be out of prison and going back to television after getting a presidential pardon.
He knew getting a pardon was a long shot, but after Todd Chrisley was released,
I woke up the first morning and I was looking around. I'm like, this is really real. I'm home.
Chrisley understands why people say their wealth and status helped him and wife Julie get their bank and tax fraud convictions wiped.
I don't know how to address the fact that if it is the case, but I'm grateful to God for whatever reason it was that we were able to obtain it.
But he does say we know why young black men in the same prison as he were denied things he was not.
And my commitment is to them that I will never forget them.
Veronica Waters, 95.5 WSB.
We have an update on the salmonella outbreak linked to recalled cucumbers. The Atlanta-based CDC says 45 people in 18 states, including Georgia, got sick in the outbreak. There were 7 confirmed cases in Georgia. The recalled cucumbers from Florida are no longer available in stores, but if you do have them at home, you're urged to throw them out. Cucumbers grown in Georgia are safe to eat. The CDC now says children can get a COVID shot.
New recommendations are now posted on the CDC's website that say healthy children may get COVID-19 vaccines, removing language that said they should get the shots. The nation's top health agency saying that it should be a shared clinical decision, meaning a decision between the child's parent and healthcare provider. This change comes just days after Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. announced that COVID-19 vaccines will no longer be recommended for healthy children. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
WSB Money Update, a new CBS poll finds 7 in 10 Americans are concerned about their personal finances. The majority expect the economy economy to slow or fall into a recession in the next year. And as we check Wall Street at the closing bell, the Dow makes a late rally and is up over 54 points. The NASDAQ and S&P are both slightly lower. It is now 4:04. The Von Haessler Doctrine continues in less than 2 minutes. Right now, live team coverage of traffic and weather. Triple team traffic begins with Alex Williams.
Much better start to our Friday afternoon than yesterday, Bill, since the rain has already moved through the metro area. We are tracking delays on 285 westbound, the outer loop, the north side of the perimeter starting to fill in out of Dunwoody from Ashford-Dunwoody Road over to I-75. We're looking for a new stall on 285 west in Cobb near I-75 reported in the center lane. We'll keep an eye on that. If you're traveling 285 northbound, the inner loop leaving the airport earlier crash finally cleared out of the right lane, Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, exit number 9. Heads up coming out of Douglasville toward Lithia Springs. Crash blocking the I-20 eastbound exit ramp to Lee Road, exit 41. You can exit it before that at Highway 92, exit 37, or east of that at Thornton Road, exit 44 there in Lithia Springs. With eyes on the ride through downtown Atlanta, it's Sydney Darden.
Yeah, that Friday rush hour traffic is really starting to build up on the connector southbound. Your brake lights are going to start for you on I-75 around exit 252 to Northside Drive. Really stop and go through Midtown. It's not too bad, though, once you get to the top of the Grady curve. By the time you get to I-20, those brake lights have filled in. I-85 northbound, really feeling the pinch around exit 244 University Avenue, and going to be a really rough ride until you get to 17th Street. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. Clearing and drying in the hours ahead. After the storms, we'll have a return of some sunshine for Saturday. Mostly sunny, breezy, low 59, high 80.
71 in Tucker, 75 Peachtree City, 74 in Canton. More news at 4:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Hour 2 of the Von Haessler Doctrine begins right now. So I was wondering, I saw some footage of Elon in the Oval Office, and I thought Elon was giving a gift to Trump. Turns out it was the other way, in this little box that looked like a cigar box. I didn't know exactly what it was. It was Trump giving it to Elon. And I thought, then I saw, oh, that's one of those keys to the city kind of thing. And I thought, oh, that's a key to America? Is he giving it? You know the way mayors give keys to the city?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a key to America? And no, it turns out, George Clark told me, it is a key to the White House.
That's right.
Which is weird to have a ceremonial. It's one thing to have a goofy-looking key from the 1800s in a box when a mayor gives it to some celebrity. Hey, there's a key to the city. Well, there's no door. We get it. It's, it's a made-up thing. Okay. It's a nice little trophy. But when you give somebody a key to an actual place like the White House, I don't know about Elon, but I expect it to work. It doesn't look to me.
It does. It's the actual key. He can come in.
Front door.
He can come in whenever he likes.
You have that old-fashioned, 1920s
skeleton key. It works for every door in the entire building.
Well, that seems like a good idea to give a man who's, maybe a ketamine addict of some kind.
Well, that's okay. He's not going to sell it.
Well,
it's not like he's going to be, I'm broke. I need to sell this gold key.
But he may decide, I need ice cream right now, and the White House is close, and I'm just going to barge in there.
It's open to him.
Anytime he wants to go in the White House kitchen.
Anytime.
So another thing they say about Elon in this Wall Street Journal article about how people during the campaign were worried about his drug use is that he would binge eat. Like I don't know if that's part of the whole deal, but he would binge eat. And we know that since Trump got in the White House, I think they have a whole ice cream locker. And he's in the ice cream locker quite often.
Well,
so you have audio of him receiving the key to the non-key to the White House.
Special something we have here. Thank you. A very special.
Wait, stop for 1 second. So at this point, Trump is so into reality shows and TV, he's actually giving a parting gift to Elon Musk on his way out.
And he got a case of rice-a-roni.
What is that?
The San Francisco treat.
Hell yeah.
Everybody loves it.
A fabulous dinner set.
Special that I give to very special people. I have given it to some, but it goes to very special people, and I thought I'd give it to Elon as a presentation from our country. Thank you, Elon. Thank you. Take care.
That's from us.
All of you, me, and Autumn even, who hates everybody.
Yeah, Even she's
Not for
part of
me.
this.
Not my key.
That ain't my key. Yeah.
Not my
That's
key.
right.
You know, you should get bumper stickers and T-shirts made. Not my key.
Not my key.
I got a new bumper sticker for leftist Tesla owners. I bought this car before Elon got his key to the White House. The key that doesn't work.
No, it does. I told you.
It doesn't work. It says
works.
no way the White House is on.
It's a very special key.
1920s skeleton keys.
If he's not touching it, it won't work. So it has,
it's modern. It's retro.
Oh, I thought it'd be like magic.
Oh no,
it's hooked up
it
to
was
his
cursed.
Neuralink.
That's right.
Oh, you know what? I was thinking about we've been talking about AI in a very kind of negative way this week. Now, on one hand, it's like, how do we keep up with it? But are AI and Neuralink going to come together to where you
100%.
put that in your head? Now that seems like, okay, now we're all as smart as Einstein. What hillbillies do with that, I don't know.
Y'all, let's make a nuclear bomb.
I honestly
Super
don't.
clean meth.
This is the best meth. Yeah, but when everybody's as smart as Einstein, whatever, that's its own thing. But once we have this Neuralink stuff in our heads, can our entire brains be hacked?
Oh, probably.
Like, could terrorists just decide to take over you and you wouldn't even be able to control yourself? It's
Maybe
like those
that's
old
already
movies.
happened.
They'll release your fantasies.
How would there's only 2 or 3 people who have even tested this technology, Neuralink.
Yeah, but maybe this is just the sort of evolution of where we've been and what's already been happening to
Well,
us.
Elon put it in me so we could DM each other privately.
Okay.
At any time of day.
And then, like, can somebody else actually, people go crazy and they start out with paranoia and end up in schizoid if they're thinking that other people are reading their thoughts or hearing their thoughts. Like, what? In a situation
no,
like
that's really
that,
happening.
can somebody actually tap into my Neuralink and know?
Could it record your dreams?
Von Hessler.
Wouldn't that be cool?
I know what you're really thinking.
Oh, we're all thinking that.
How terrifying is that? That your thoughts, your deepest, most private thoughts could be hacked, stolen, and made public. That's blackmail. That's what you could use for. Oh, hey, listen, I don't know what you're really thinking, but we've got your last 5 dreams, and there's a theme.
I'd give myself a lobotomy. That would be the end of it.
Self-lobotomies.
Yes.
That's going to be
through the nose.
That's going to be the new hippie thing. Like they
Yeah.
used to go on farms to be away from technology. They're actually going to, yeah, man, I'm getting a lobotomy next week. I just I don't want to be a part of this, man.
Yeah. Well,
My wife brought this up the other day. It may actually, as a result of what's about to happen within the next couple of years that people are not ready for, that in the future, maybe like there will be more of that there will be this back to the earth movement. There will be, or did we talk about it yesterday? I get so confused. But there's like commune type of situations where, no, there's no phones, there's no nothing. We are out here. We are only eating the stuff that we grow.
Luddite zones.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, I mean, and also when all the jobs go away, they'll be the ones who have food.
Yeah, so we'll all be gravitating to them.
Well, it's interesting. There's this guy that I follow. His name is Rod Miller. So it's like he has a YouTube.
Is he a porn star?
No, good name for one.
Yeah,
but,
Rod.
He's got a YouTube video, and he basically I've got it over here if you want. He basically talks about what's happening in business and AI. I think he misses one big thing. I haven't watched all of his videos, or nearly that. But I think what he's missing is the military. The reason that we can't stop this is because it is the arms race of our time, and it's going on between the United States and China, and so that's why we can't stop it, because the one who gets it first is going to have some sort of advantage. Now, the one who gets it second, are they at least? I don't know, but you don't want to be left behind. But he always attaches the two. What are these? Basically, his point of view is, these tech people are such idiots because all they're doing is getting rid with AI and moving as fast as they are. They're just getting rid of a bunch of jobs from a bunch of people who used to be able to afford their products. And in the future, they're basically putting their customers out of work for business purposes. But who's going to buy the products when half the country's out of work? And he makes a couple good points. So I took this as a guy. You can check out his YouTube. Rod Miller.
They're not just proposing UBI out of...
Well, I should explain that. And so remember, I brought up UBI, Universal Basic Income. At some point, I think you have to think about it. Is this different if Universal Basic Income is based on able-bodied people who aren't working and don't want to work, then you have a political issue. But if 30% of the country is able-bodied and wants nothing more than a job, but there just aren't jobs left, what do you do? So the idea behind UBI would be that you would have a basic income, and obviously it would come from the taxpayers. And so that's the setup for this.
They're not just proposing UBI out of generosity. They're proposing it because they need customers to survive their own economic suicide.
And then he goes into something, basically sums up from the point of view of being a tech entrepreneur who has been responsible for all hundreds of thousands of employees, exactly what they're doing.
Think about the perverse logic here. Companies eliminate jobs to maximize profit, which eliminates customers who could afford their products, which necessitates government subsidies to create artificial customers who can buy their crap.
Alex Williams says brake lights filling in on 85 into Norcross.
Yeah, that's right, Eric. Good afternoon, guys. We're watching the brake lights, 85 northbound. They're starting to fill in from 285 as you head up toward Jimmy Carter Boulevard, and then a few more brake lights into Suwanee, passing Highway 317. Heads up in Gwinnett County. Traffic lights have been flashing red for most of the afternoon. Holcomb Bridge Road is Spalding Drive. Make sure you treat that intersection as a four-way stop, but really starting to put the pinch on Holcomb Bridge between Gwinnett County and the Roswell area. Checking the ride on the south side of town on I-75 at Sidney Darden.
Yeah, we've got some slowing as you're approaching McDonough. 75 northbound right after you merge on from exit 212 to Bill Gardner Parkway. Really stop and go there. Maybe an incident that was blocking one lane. Nonetheless, it's clear now, and it's going to be a much easier ride through McDonough. A little stop and goage on your way to Stockbridge, but it does break apart by the time you get to that 675-75 split. Triple team traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Hi, it's Tim Andrews from the Von Hessler Doctrine, inviting you to join me for the Tim Andrews Popcast, my weekly pop culture and entertainment show. My guest this week, comedian Dusty Slay. He's bringing his brand of comedy to Atlanta on August 9th. We'll talk about that, AI, and a whole bunch of other things. That's the Popcast, tomorrow night at 7 p.m. on 95.5 WSB.
A lifetime warranty says a lot about a company. Lifetime is a long time. Home Fix It Show host Dave Baker here. I can't think of a better place to have a lifetime warranty than on the roof of your home. It covers everything you own and love. That's why I love Finley Roofing. Only Finley Roofing, the roof guys, provide a lifetime leak-free warranty on labor and materials at no additional cost. Nobody else does that. Other roofers charge you more for a lesser warranty. Finley replaced the roof on my home and over 65,000 other homes locally. They've mastered the roof replacement process with impeccable, high-quality work. They've seen it all, they've replaced it all, and they've warrantied it all. With the Finley Roofing Lifetime Warranty, you'll never have to worry about your roof ever again. Time to replace your roof? Think of Finley first. Schedule your free roof analysis. No obligation, no charge at finleyroofing.com. Roof.
It's time to celebrate you at Pike Nurseries. Now through Sunday, June 1st, don't miss our Customer Appreciation Sale. Brighten your garden with blooming annuals, petunias, marigolds, begonias, and more. Just $1.29 each. Plus, save on garden favorites like lush hostas, encore azaleas, graceful Japanese maples, and so much more. There's never been a better time to shop Pike Nurseries, your neighborhood garden center. Have fun playing in the dirt and let Pike Nurseries take the guesswork out of gardening.
Selling your home does not have to be a circus act. With Orchard, you can skip the juggling and get paid twice. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler, and here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash up front from your current home so you can go ahead and buy your next place without waiting around. No juggling closings, no temporary rentals, no, hey mom, can I stay for a week situations. While you're moving into your new home, Orchard is behind the scenes getting your old one ready. Repairs, showings, even upgrades to bump up that sale price. And when it sells for more, like it usually does, you get that money too. So yeah, it's like getting paid twice. Once now, once later. And who doesn't want to be paid twice? Come on, we all love getting paid twice. Start with a free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. No pressure, no catch, just a smarter way to move. That's Orchard.
Time marches on, and a lot has changed. But one thing has not changed. Washington regulations on local stations. Regulations that make it tough for local TV and radio stations to compete with global big tech platforms. If you want to keep local news, weather, and live sports on TV and radio, we need updated regulations. Tell Washington to modernize the rules to help local stations compete. Learn more at nab.org/modernize the rules. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
All right, George Clark, the question once again hangs in the air. What is the buzz? Tell us what's happened.
We have a new Scripps champion.
Oh, Spelling Bee.
The Spelling Bee.
Oh, is that already over? Did I forget to pretend that I was watching that like it was the Super Bowl? Isn't that what we all do every year? We all pretend that we're watching that like it's, hey, do people gamble on this stuff yet?
Ooh.
Are you allowed to gamble on whether, because I think
you have to be if you can gamble on everything.
I know, but we're talking about 14-year-old. I think you age out after 14. So is there some kind of law that you can't gamble on things that kids are doing? Maybe
I gamble on the Little League World Series.
I don't think that there is a rule. I mean, the kids can't gamble it, but
sure. So it seems like we all kind of act like, oh yeah, this is like a sporting event that we all watch. It is pretty interesting, but this kid who won, he's 13. He was the runner-up last year.
Faizan Zaki,
and he was first in there in like 2019. So he's been going for this for a long time. And apparently, my reading about him is he has a bit of a wild style. They consider him. He's not one of these kids who talk.
Bad boy of spelling.
Yeah, he doesn't talk into his hands, and quite often he doesn't ask the question. I guess if you're trained to do this, part of the training is always ask the question. Always ask to hear it, because first of all, you're giving yourself more time and to think about it. And he quite often will rush stuff. So before he won, apparently, I guess last year he was runner-up, and it was super close. And maybe his wild style was seen as the reason why he got a little too fast. And so he almost got knocked out of this thing in the previous to the final round because of his wild style. He didn't think about it. We have that moment where he do we have that moment?
I've got the moment of him saying the last word.
Oh, okay. Now, I thought we had all right, go ahead and do that. I can't even say the word. Anyway, I just want to finish my point here. He was going to get the word wrong, but he stopped himself. And I guess if you stop yourself, then it's like, okay, or in this situation it was okay because the three other people had gotten that previous word wrong. So if he had gone ahead with his wild style, he would have been out at that moment. But he stopped himself, and he went on to the next round. And I can't even say the word that he knew. I've never heard this word before. Talk about a word of the day. I can't even pronounce it. So
your word is éclaircissement.
Éclaircissement. Éclaircissement. That is correct.
Oh, he was so excited.
See, he did it again. I mean, he didn't stop. He didn't slow down. He just went for it. He's a wild child.
By the way, yes, you can gamble. There are several apps and websites that allow you to do prop bets and like as the age and the state they're from and the length of the word.
And the more you gamble, the more you recognize that you do have a life.
Yeah.
Oh, and you have a gambling on whether kids are going to win a spelling bee.
Yep.
You're not a degenerate. There's nothing wrong with you.
Like to gamble. Well, if you don't watch sports, but you like to gamble.
Who is that?
I don't know.
I love to gamble. Well, I guess people can.
Autumn, she gambles.
That's right. She goes and she pulls the old slot machine. Is there any? You don't even pull anything anymore, right? It's not even fun.
They do have them there, but they all stink.
Oh, this is just for the old timers.
I guess they're no good. The ones with the video game parts are really fun because then there's like all these bonuses you can do, and you get all these extra spins, and it just feels like you're getting more out of.
Well, that's
thing,
the whole
not,
thing.
But,
you're going to lose, right? It's sure. Ultimately you're going to lose, unless you
but
just happen to walk into a casino, win the big jackpot,
get out,
and then go, okay, well, I'm going to go have dinner somewhere else. No.
You win, if you're willing to lose the money you've brought to gamble,
Right.
and
Well,
you had a good time, that's when you win.
that's how, and also some would say that's how it starts.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's a possibility.
Next thing you know, you're betting on scripts.
You're betting on which 13-year-old is going to win the spelling bee.
You're so mad at like a child.
Idiot! Your wild style lost me.
Yeah, your,
take your
wild
time.
style cost me my house.
Even I could have spelled that.
Take your time, young man.
Breathe.
My house is on the line. You and your wild style. Unbelievable. This kid, apparently, he just does it for fun. He's not one of these kids who gets all nervous or anything. He just genuinely enjoys spelling words.
A natural dork.
My guess is there'll be a few changes over the next couple of years, and his attention might be diverted. But he's 13. He's a champion. He's got that behind him. Now move on with the rest of life. And congratulations. Shouldn't make fun of people who are actually smart in this country.
Yeah, he probably thinks he's smarter than me.
Yeah, but maybe.
Can he forage?
Well,
Probably not.
He
Can
probably
he
can't
spell it?
forage.
Sure.
Do you think that 13-year-old is smarter than you at the age of 42?
No.
Now, why do you say that? I think you give it to him. He's probably book smart.
Yes.
But he has not had the life experience.
Yeah. And also, a lot of times when someone is really good at one thing, it doesn't mean that they're good at everything.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean they're not.
Excuse me.
Excuse me? What did you just say?
What?
Huh?
Oh, I sneezed. Sorry. I should have muted.
I missed it. I missed what she said. I don't know
Oh,
what
well,
she said.
okay.
I missed it.
Listen back to the zeros and ones.
It was just
Play
there
back.
and gone. Jerk. George, did you hear it?
I didn't catch it either.
That was a hell of a sneeze. I'm just gonna say it was a sneeze. That's all
So
it was.
it doesn't work if nobody got it.
Nothing
That's
is
the whole point. Is
well.
to get it.
Well, and you got to sneeze in a way that kind of covers it up, but people.
Travis.
I still didn't get it.
I didn't get it at all. Hachavi? Oh.
Oh, Travis. Just say Travis.
Well, she's going after her very nice ex-husband, who's a very nice guy, and no
I
reason.
mean, he's absolutely the best, nicest. But
Okay.
he's also like
He's book
not-
smart.
You know, he's really good at something.
He's book
very
smart.
good at that.
But when he drives the vehicle, he slows down when he talks. This is what I know about
Yes.
Autumn. And also,
and he lets the person changing his oil, replace all the filters and sell him tires and like. all that
okay.
stuff.
You're going to need a new car, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, oh, okay.
He also he's one of these people who analyzes the James Webb Telescope stuff. So
Absolutely, he does.
that's
He's using Hubble data right now,
Hubble.
and that's cool.
That's old.
I know it is kind of broken too. So
It's old and broken. Yeah, if you show up at a party as a scientist, I'm working on Hubble stuff. What?
Oh.
And you got
okay.
invited through whom? Alex Williams says tough delays through downtown.
Yeah, and we just found a new travel advisory in Buckhead. It is a crash 400 southbound past Lennox Road, exit 2. Only the left lane is open, and that is quickly going to stack up that ride trying to head toward Midtown. Think about Peachtree Road, Piedmont Road, some of the alternates you can use there. Once you get past that, you jam up from the 85 400 merge down to I-20. Northbound stacked in from before University Avenue up to Peachtree Pine Street. Heads up out on the West Freeway, crash I-20 eastbound at Lee Road, exit 41, blocking that exit ramp. Exit before that at Highway 92, exit 37. How's I-20 through DeKalb County, Sydney Darden?
It's really stop and go eastbound as you merge on from I-285 there. Really seeing the majority of your delays. I-20 eastbound, you exit 68 to Wesley Chapel. It does break apart, though, by the time you get to Stonecrest. This report is sponsored by Starbucks. Summer Berry Refresher is back. Notes of raspberry, blueberry, and blackberry shaken with ice and poured over raspberry-flavored pearls. Your Summer Berry Refresher is ready at Starbucks. From the Cool Ray Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic 95.5 WSB.
So you're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works, but you want the best. It's Mark Aram here. Modern technology, top-rated physicians. You want something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair is completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to the unmatched results they produce. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, address them all with a simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with experienced pros. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of breakthrough advanced FUE treatments, and get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one else in Atlanta can offer the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. Fix your hair loss today, starting with your free consultation, and you'll also get $500 off if you move forward. Call 470-660-HAIR. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. And don't forget to ask about that advanced hair guarantee, 470-660-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But D.C. politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Summer is almost here, and let's be real, your house looks like it's been hiding under a pile of pollen, doesn't it? Just like mine in that dirty driveway. Ooh, not fooling anybody either. That's why I called Wise Guys Pro Wash. They gave me a quote, showed up the next day, and bam, clean house, sparkling patio, and a deck I actually want to sit on. With more than 2,000 5-star Google reviews, Wise Guys is the only company I trust to get my home summer ready. Mention me, Chris Chandler, and get $70 off your next service. Book now at wiseguysprowash.com.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather, traffic. 95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's news and talk.
At 4:30, I'm Bill Caiaccio. News sponsored by QC Kinetics. Our top story, Elon Musk bids farewell to the White House.
This is not the end of Doge, but really the beginning.
Standing beside President Trump, who is seated at his desk in the Oval Office, Musk said his tenure as a special government employee is over, but the work of Doge is not.
The Doge team will only grow stronger over time.
Musk's often tumultuous cost-cutting, firing of federal workers, and shuttering of government agencies fell short of his cost-cutting goals.
I'm confident that over time we'll see $1 trillion of savings.
Musk also says he will continue to be a friend and advisor to the president. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
75 degrees in Atlanta. Storms are clearing away, and it should be a sunny Saturday. Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz has Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. Happening now, a manhunt for a suspected killer. Chamblee police searching for 31-year-old Jeremiah Clanton, who's considered armed and dangerous. He's accused of shooting another man outside the St. Vincent de Paul Charity on Chamblee Tucker Road. Captain Jason Wasdorp with Chamblee Police says the suspect hopped on a MARTA train toward Atlanta.
We have partnered with MARTA PD, and they're assisting trying to locate the suspect.
The shooting happened after a fight between the two men. We posted a photo of the suspect at WSBradio.com. Dozens of Douglas County residents are back in their homes after a crash involving a highly explosive tanker truck.
40 to 50 homes surrounding Wilson Road on the south end of the county were evacuated after a truck carrying ammonium nitrate tipped over into a ditch.
It could be used for various applications. The main risk is explosion.
Douglas County Fire Chief Miles Allen says they had to work quickly to remove blasting caps from the truck, which can spark an explosion.
The vehicle did not breach. There was no product that leaked out.
He says this could have turned out much worse. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
After more than 40 years, the specialty shops at the Cobb Galleria are closing on Saturday. Tijuana Faison has owned Design Phase Boutique for the past 18 years and says the once booming mall has come on tough times.
So it's been highs and lows over the years. And of course, COVID didn't help. So there's been a struggle through these past, 5 years. It's been really a struggle.
The shops are closing as part of a massive overhaul of the entire Galleria complex. A warning to new parents. A government report finds a link between nursing pillows and sudden infant deaths.
In Georgia alone, 84 infant deaths are linked to the popular nursing pillows. Dr. Bridget Hamilton at Emory telling us.
The issue here is that people have been using them to in the sleep spaces of babies. So using them for infant lounging or propping the baby up in bed while sleeping in the bed with the baby.
She says parents are being urged to only use those pillows for breastfeeding, but not use them for other things like sleeping or propping a baby up. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
District 3 Public Service Commission candidate Daniel Blackman is back on the ballot for now. Fulton County Superior Court issues a temporary order against the Secretary of State's disqualification disqualification of Blackman. Early voting in the race is already underway. Votes for Blackman will be counted pending the outcome of his appeal. A hearing in the case is scheduled for June 10th. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger disqualified Blackman, citing his failure to prove he's lived in District 3 for at least 1 year. Atlanta fans can pay tribute this weekend to one of the city's most beloved sports figures.
Dikembe Mutombo's number 55 hangs from the rafters at State Farm Arena, and his presence can still be felt through his memorial fund, which raises money for local entities, including the Shepherd Center. Now, 8 months after his death from brain cancer, a free memorial service at Georgia Tech's McCamish Pavilion will honor the Hawks great and Basketball Hall of Famer. It'll be Saturday morning at 10:30 and will include speeches and musical acts. His widow says she wants as many people to show up as possible to pay their respects. Judd Hickenbotham, 95.5 WSB.
MASH star Loretta Swit has died at the age of 87. She played Major Margaret Hot Lips Houlihan on the 80s CBS sitcom. Swit won 2 Emmys during MASH's 11-season run. It is now 4:34 and time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Triple team traffic begins with Alex Williams.
All lanes shut down right now. I believe this is a temporary red alert in DeKalb County, I-20 westbound before Candler Road, exit 65. Trying to clear a crash out of the left lanes. I see the tow trucks there. This should just be temporary, but if you want to avoid it in the meantime, you can head north of there and use Glenwood Road. Travel advisory through Buckhead. Crash leaves only a left lane open. Georgia 400 southbound below Lennox Road, exit 2 right after you get through the Financial Center tunnels there. You can got a few options you can use as alternates. Roswell Road to Piedmont or Peachtree, or east of the interstate, you can use Lennox Road down toward I-85 to avoid that jam. We've uncovered some trouble on 285 in the DeKalb County area. Sydney Darden.
Yeah, it's another crash. I-285 southbound on the inner loop just before exit 37 to La Vista Road. It's knocking out one center lane, I think also involving a big rig. So delays as you're leaving Spaghetti Junction, making your way towards I-20 from the Coolray Carrier Traffic Center. Triple team traffic, 95.5 WSB.
I'm Channel 2 Action News Chief Meteorologist Brad Nitz. Improving conditions in the hours ahead as the storms move away. The clouds will break up. Sunshine returns for Saturday. Breezy as well. Low 59, high 80.
75 in Sugar Hill, 70 in Austell, 73 in Lovejoy. More news at 5 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Ashley Frasca, host of Green and Growing for Atlanta's premium sod supplier, NG Turf. Get farm fresh, high-quality sod, including Zeon Zoysia, Rebel Fescue, and Tiff Tough Bermuda, delivered direct from NG Turf, your premium sod provider. ngturf.com.
One of the biggest repairs on your biggest investment would be the foundation on your home. Mark Beckham here with Atlanta Ramjack. Other companies offer many different services and then try to upsell their customers something they don't even need. That's not what Atlanta Ramjack does. Foundation repair is all we do. We send only the most trained experts in the field and give you the best materials and an honest appraisal of what your real problem is, not more than what you need. Schedule your free estimate today at Atlanta Ramjack.